someone stumbling across it. Maybe we'll be able to get out of this unscathed. 15. The lobby is packed with aunties wearing Gucci pantsuits and huge visors, and uncles wearing Patek Philippe. All the handbags hanging off the aunties' arms are Birkin or Kelly. No Louis Vuitton or Prada, this crowd is strictly Hermes. What is with the Chinese Indo community and their hard-on for Hermes? It seems like all of the guests have arrived, even though logically I know this is untrue. Most of them are due to arrive at 2 p.m, in time to check in and freshen up before cocktail hour. But the extended family members have arrived, the aunties and uncles and cousins who are due early for the tea ceremony, and in typical Chinese Indonesian fashion, this means close to 100 relatives, all of them arriving at the same time. Whoa, look at that one, crocodile skin Kelly, Ma whispers to Big Aunt. Fourth Aunt twists her head around so far to catch sight of the coveted bag that her grip on the cooler slips. It slams onto the floor, and one of the wheels snaps right off. Yeah. All four of us say it. Heads turn. Curious gazes follow us. A few conversations have stilled as the aunties and uncles watch us. TCH, why you so capo? Ma scolds. You distracted me. It's fine, just pick it up, I whisper, which seems ridiculous, whispering in such a huge space packed with people. But I feel the weight of those stairs, crawling over my skin, and I need to get out of here. Fourth Aunt picks up her corner of the cooler once more and we hurry to the reception desk, where to my dismay there is a large line of guests waiting to check in. No worry, I go talk to them, Big Aunt says. We set down the cooler and she goes round to the side of the reception desk. She says a few words to the harried receptionist, who glances at her and then turns back to the computer screen, apparently ignoring Big Aunt. Her face turns red, and she says something else to the receptionist. From where we're watching, I can tell from Big Aunt's pinched expression the exact tone of voice she's using. It's the one she brings out when she's displeased with us, a quiet voice filled with iron, impossible to ignore. The reason Big Aunt is the matriarch of our entire family isn't merely that she's the oldest. If that were the only reason, she'd have been dethroned ages ago. No, the reason is that she has the voice. I watch as she uses her superpower on the receptionist right now. Whatever it is she says to her, the receptionist's head whips up, and she stares at Big Aunt with a worried frown. Big Aunt raises her eyebrows and gives a nod. With a sigh, the receptionist starts typing with a vengeance, and within minutes, Big Aunt is handed a key card with a tight smile. She walks back to us with a triumphant smile, waving the key card. Whoa, yeah, good job, Ma says. Yeah, that was nothing short of amazing, Fourth Aunt says. Their respect and admiration show clearly on their faces, and for one guilty moment, I'm glad that Second Aunt isn't here to sour Big Aunt's moment. It's nice, seeing the sisters get along. Aya is nothing, La, Big Aunt says, though she's smiling widely and it's obviously not nothing to her. I just say to her, Hi, Medi. My entire body reacts to Nathan's voice before my brain catches up, whirling round and angling my head up to meet his gaze. I'm already biting my lips, stop it. But the expression on his face makes it clear there's nothing romantic about this moment. He's wearing a puzzled frown. Hey. Hi. Everything okay here, he says. Yeah, just checking into our rooms, I say quickly, hyper-aware of the curious stares from my mom and aunts. I hope you're finding everything okay, he says. Ma comes up and squeezes in between us. Such a good boy, she says, and to my horror, reaches up to pat his cheek. So handsome also. I shrivel up and die. Can I get someone to help you to your room, Auntie? Nathan says. His glance darts to the cooler, and his smile wanes. I see you're still struggling with that same cooler. He looks at me with a world of questions in his eyes. Yeah, we didn't want to take too much space in the fridge, and this is all non-essential stuff, so we thought we'd take it out of your way, I babble. Ma is still touching Nathan all over appraisingly, as though he's a watermelon she's thinking of buying. Very tall, she murmurs, good height. You have braces when you were small? I what? Ma. Braces, you know, on teeth. Big aunt and fourth aunt smile up at Nathan expectantly. No. Nathan's face has that glassy expression I often see on people when Ma is talking at them. Whoa, so your teeth naturally straight? So good. Medi, he is very good specimen, will give good offspring. No need to spend money on braces for your kids. My jaw crashes to the marble floor. Nathan's face is so red I'm sure we could boil a kettle on it. Ma. I give a pleading look to my aunties, and they finally stop grinning long enough to take Ma's arms and lead her away. Even so, I still hear Ma going, very good teeth on him, Khan. I turn to Nathan. I am so sorry about that. Please ignore her. Don't be sorry. I've always wanted people to notice how straight my teeth are. He grins. I laugh. Okay, they are freakishly straight. I've also been waiting all my life to be told what a good specimen I am. Aha. You're a pretty damn good specimen. It's only after the words are out that I realize how heavy they sound. Does he know that no other guy even comes close to him? That after him, I couldn't help comparing every other man I meet to him, and that none of them could compare? And also, that none of this matters because I have a literal dead body sitting in the cooler next to us. Luckily, Nathan's distracted by an uncle wearing a giant gold Rolex, who strides to him with a booming, Nathan. My boy, what a place, eh? Your old man will be so proud. Hi, Uncle Timmy, it's so good to see you here. Listen, Nathan, Auntie Sophie is tired after the boat ride here. Could you possibly get us checked in now? The man nods at the long line of people at the reception desk. I'm in the middle of something, but I'll get someone to take care of that for you. No, it's okay, I say quickly, why don't you help him? I have to rush off anyway. Nathan gives me an apologetic smile. Okay. I'll catch you later, Medi. Come, Uncle, I'll take care of this for you. Once Nathan and the older man are gone, I hurry to my aunts and mom. Okay, let's go. Medi, you must go for that boy, your mother correct, he is best specimen, Big Aunt says. Fourth Aunt snickers. Can we please talk about my love life later? When we don't have you know what to take care of. My mom and aunts grumble but then bend over to pick up a corner of the cooler. A bellboy swoops in. Please let me get that for you, he says. No, I say. No worries, I'll get this to your room. Room 202, is it? Don't. He gives us a polite smile and grabs one end of the cooler. My mind short-circuits, but before I can say anything, Ma says, Aya. You bellboys always looking for tip. I got no tip for you, you go away. Looking shocked, the bellboy says, I wasn't. You go, shoo. Ma literally shoos him away like he's a naughty puppy, and he walks off, shaking his head, muttering, Asians. I wince, feeling torn between anger at his muttered remark and embarrassment because of our awful behavior. Still, I don't have the time to worry about that right now. Let's go before yet another bellboy accosts us. We pick up the cooler and scurry off to the elevators, eyes following us as we go. I don't blame them. We make a weird-looking team, me in all black, Big Aunt and Ma both wearing big white aprons, and Fourth Aunt, glittered and sequined and feathered. It's only after the elevator doors close behind us that I release my breath, but still I can't shake off the horrible feeling that too many people have seen us with the cooler. Too many curious glances have been thrown our way. We need to get rid of the cooler, and fast. 16. Being in the hotel room offers huge relief. Once we get inside, I close the door, lock the deadbolt, and then bliss. For just one moment, I allow myself a chance to relax. I lean my head against the door, closing my eyes and breathing deeply. We'll get through this, I tell myself. We will. Whoa, look this room. Vegas banquet. Ma says. Reluctantly, I open my eyes and turn around. She's right. Despite this being the cheapest room at the resort, its beautiful 2 queen beds piled high with fluffy pillows and even fluffier duvets, a floor-to-ceiling window that opens out to an expansive balcony, modern furnishings all around. And it's nicely air-conditioned, giving us respite from the unforgiving heat. I take off my shoes and put them next to my mom's and aunt's shoes in the entryway. Already, Big Aunt and Fourth Aunt have grabbed the thick terry cloth robes in the closet and put them on over their clothes. Ma glares at Fourth Aunt. Excuse you, your own room will have robe also, don't use mine. Fourth Aunt shrugs, tying a knot around her robe. I'll bring my robe by once I check into my room. I hurry between them, breaking up the glaring contest between the two. Ma would never think to ask Big Aunt to remove her robe, so if she wants to wear one, she's going to have to fight it off Fourth Aunt. I'll call and ask for an extra robe, Ma. But before that, we need to resolve the issue with the cooler. What issue? Big Aunt says. She's already made herself at home on the chaise longue, leaning back like a 15th century lady. Well, unfortunately, way too many people have seen us lugging the cooler around. I'm pretty sure it looks hella suspicious, so I think we need to get rid of it. Also, it's clear that if we keep the body inside the cooler, we're never going to be able to move it off the island before tomorrow evening, and I'm pretty sure he's going to start smelling by then. Adieu, amit deh, Ma says. Big Aunt looks up at the ceiling, quiet for a while. No use amit, she says, finally. Medi is right, by tomorrow body will smell. We cannot wait until then. We need new plan. Fortunately for us, Fourth Aunt says, jumping into one of the beds, we're surrounded by the ocean. Just dump him in the sea and be done with it. My instinctive reaction is to refute her, because most of Fourth Aunt's ideas are flighty and not at all well thought out, and as Ma always grumbles, Fourth Aunt isn't the most responsible person around. But then I realize that she has a point. Aside from burying the body in the desert, the ocean isn't a bad option. We could put him in a duffel bag, fill it with rocks, and then dump him in the water. With any luck, by the time he's found, he'll be so bloated they won't be able to identify him. Wow, my thoughts went to a dark place there. It's shocking how quickly I've adjusted to the thought of, killing a guy, to getting rid of his body. I never thought I had it in me to think like this. Once, I found a wallet with $200 in it on the dance floor of a nightclub, and I actually turned it in. That's the kind of rule follower I am. But the thought of going to prison, and not just me but my family, because they've inadvertently helped to kill Ogwan, is unthinkable. That's actually a really good idea, Auntie, I say. All we have to do is... There's a knock at the door, and we all freeze. Room service. I've got your bags here. Perfect timing. I rush to open the door, then step aside as the bellboy deposits all of our luggage inside the room. I've brought only a small overnight bag, but my mom and her sisters are chronic overpackers, and within minutes our room is filled with giant suitcases. I tip the bellboy, and he leaves. Then I turn, grinning, and say, okay, all we have to do is put the body in one of these bad boys and weigh it down with rocks, and then tonight, I falter. We what? Climb up with a heavy-ass suitcase to the top of the cliff and throw him down to the jagged rocks below. Steal a yacht and drive it out to the middle of the Pacific Ocean and dump him overboard. All these things are easy in theory, but as I'm about to say them out loud, it sounds ridiculous. How would we manage to carry it up to the top of the cliff in complete darkness? That's an accident waiting to happen. And stealing a yacht? I don't know how to even begin to do that, and if we somehow manage to get our hands on the keys, none of us knows how to drive a yacht. Is that even what it's called? Driving? Or do you boat a yacht? This is hopeless. We what? Ma says, her eyes wide with expectation. I can't bring myself to admit that I have no fucking clue what we do from there. My phone boops with a text, and I groan, remembering that I'm way overdue at the bridal suite. Seb, 11:35 a.m. Oh, someone told the bride about the groom and buddies being dead drunk and she's sent the Mo over to the groom's suite. Seb, 11:36 a.m. Oh, Mo is really laying into them. These idiots, I swear. Seb, 11:40 a.m. OMG, turns out they only got done drinking at like 9 a.m. No wonder these assholes are still passed out. Medi, 11:41 a.m. Does this mean I have more time before I need to rush over to the bridal suite? Seb, 11:41 a.m. Yeah. I don't think she's gonna be done anytime soon. But you're missing out on a good show. Medi, 11:42 a.m. I'll be over in a bit. I stuff the phone back into my pocket, my mind whirring, and with a click that's practically audible, everything falls into place. The passed out groomsmen. The crates of alcohol in the kitchen. Things starting off with cocktail hour as soon as the rest of the guests arrive. This is it. I cry. All three women look at me quizzically. I've got it. Forget about the luggage and whatnot. We'll hide him in plain sight. We'll pretend he's one of the drunk guests and then at night, while everyone's busy at the reception, we can take him to the pier. No one's going to think twice about yet another drunk guy. When the coast is clear, we throw him in the water. Even if he washes up to shore, they'll just think he got drunk, fell off the pier, and drowned. Won't they be able to tell how long he's been dead for? Fourth aunt says. In CSI, they can tell, you know. Well, technically, he's only been dead for I don't know, less than 10 hours. Because of the whole, you know, him not being dead when we put him in the cooler. My voice trails off because honestly, when I put it that way, the full horror of the situation is rather staggering. The poor guy. He was a shit, but he didn't deserve to die like that. Oh. Yes, good point, Medi. Yes, it is like one of those fish in restaurant, you know, they are live in tank and then they kill right before eating. Ma's voice trails off as she notices our blank stares. Never mind, it is not like that at all, she says. I love her for trying, though. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that being in the water for a while is going to mess up the forensics investigation, especially since the weather's been so hot lately. EA, global warming, I cheer weakly. Bad for the environment, good for killers. This not bad idea, Big Aunt says. Is not good idea, but we trapped here, cannot get off island without calling attention, so no choice. Okay, Medi, good job, we go with your idea. I have to bite back my proud smile. It's next to impossible to get approval from Big Aunt, and for a fleeting moment, I get the urge to crow about it to Selena. Then I realize I can never crow about it to anyone. It's not like I can WhatsApp Selena and go, Big Aunt approves of my corpse disposal idea. I can't believe I'm sitting here mentally bragging about this moment. I must be dehydrated. We should probably get rid of the cooler in the meantime. Maybe set up a red herring, you know. What red herring? Big Aunt says. Red herring. It means a decoy, something to mislead people. So, for example, I'm thinking we fill the cooler with actual food, So if anyone was suspicious about it, which I think the entire lobby full of people were, then we can always be like, nope, there's just food in here, see? Big Aunt nods. Okay, yes, good idea, this red herring. I will go kitchen and bring back leftover ingredients. Let's take his body out first, and then I have to go to the bridal suite to take photos. We all stand up, the mood in the room turning somber, and gather round the cooler. Open it, fourth aunt says. Why I open? You open. Ma says. I'll do it, I say. It has to be me. It's my mess. The least I can do is open the damn thing. I inch toward it, and when I reach out with my right hand, I swear the skin on my hand crawls up my arm. Oh God, here it goes. I flip it open and scamper back, shuddering. My mom and aunts crane their heads forward. How bad is it? I ask, from behind them. Is he oozing? Huh, fourth aunt says. Big aunt says. My lily flowers, Ma sighs. This is impossible. I push past them and look. And I mean, as far as corpses go, it could be worse. The first thing I notice about him is how pale he is. Which should be expected, and in theory I knew he'd hardly be rosy-cheeked, but seeing it in person is still a bit of a shock. Okay. Let's do this, I chirp. No one moves. Big Aunt orders, Sanmai, you take left arm, Saimai, you take right one, Medi, you take left leg. I take right leg. We all nod. Thank God for Big Aunt. Still none of us moves, not even Big Aunt. Nobody wants to touch a corpse. Big Aunt claps hard and barks, Sepat. And we all snap forward. This is it. I don't let myself think twice before grabbing one of the legs, right below the knee. Oh God, I'm touching it. Ugh. Whatever I thought about corpses and how they felt, touching an actual one is a million times worse. Rigor mortis must be setting in, because he's super stiff. It feels as though he's flexing all of his muscles. Which is just so wrong, thinking of him flexing anything at all. Okay, now lift, Big Aunt says, and as one, we do so. And Agwan burps. We all shriek and drop him and clamber over one another to get away from him. We crowd around the other end of the room, gasping and staring at the open cooler. Is he alive? Fourth aunt cries. Agwan, is me, Auntie Natasha. Hello, Agwan. You awake or not? Ma says, smiling manically, as though he could see her from here. I'm the first to realize what must have happened. I think it was just trapped air from inside him coming out. It's part of the dying process. They all look at me with a mixture of horror and awe. Medi, how do you know such things? Ma says. I shrug. The internet? I don't know, there is lots of random information you come across just by surfing the web. Or, more accurately, by spending your evenings stuffing potato chips in your gob and going through Reddit. Big Aunt nods, still looking shocked. Very good, Medi, you study so hard. And again, part of me wants to crow, Big Aunt thinks I study hard. A small part, though. Tiny. Ma practically preens when Big Aunt says that, and Fourth Aunt rolls her eyes. Okay, let's do it again, I say, emboldened by my knowledge. And don't be shocked if he burps again. Or farts. Grimacing, we all tiptoe back to the cooler. I guess we're all tiptoeing because even though logically we know I'm right about gas merely escaping a dead body, we're still half expecting him to leap out of the cooler and, I don't know, attack us for killing him. Which I realize makes zero sense, but it's hard to be logical when it comes to moving a guy you killed the night before. Okay, so everyone take a limb. And this time, they actually do what I tell them. I don't think I've ever ordered Big Aunt to do anything before, and it's an incredible feeling when she takes Agwan's right leg. We lift him up once more, and this time, no noises come out of him, thank God. We stagger toward the nearest bed and drop him on top of it, then step back and survey our handiwork. If we want to disguise him as a drunk guest, we'll have to clean him up a little. Luckily, there's not so much blood on him. There's just a bit of dried blood on the side of his neck from his ear. Once we get that off and put sunglasses and a suit on him, he'll look the part. A suit. Sunglasses. Where the hell are we going to get those? Need to dress him nicer, Ma says, as if reading my mind. Dress him nicer? You mean put him in a suit? Fourth aunt says. Where are we going to get a suit from? Is not bad idea, Big Aunt says. She's taken out a toothpick from somewhere. Big Aunt always has toothpicks on her and is cleaning her nails with it. She always has sugar and fondant and stuff stuck under her nails, which makes sense. Usually, seeing her clean her nails grosses me out a little, but right now, it's surprisingly calming. Like, the sky could be falling and there's a dead body on my bed, but by God, Big Aunt will have clean nails. I can get suit. We all stare at her. She's not even looking at us, she's all focused on her nails. Where, Big Aunt? She frowns as she maneuvers the toothpick through a tricky bit. I notice laundry room next to kitchen. Guests send their dress and suit to laundry room to dry clean or iron. I go inside, take suit, done. She looks up, smiling. Could it really be that easy? But then again, it's not like we have any other choice. Thank you, Auntie. That would be amazing. I have to run now, I need to get back to the bridal suite, but I'll get back here as soon as I can. Okay, you go, I check on flowers, Ma says, waving me off. I guess that leaves me to look after the corpse, then, Fourth Aunt mutters. I grimace. I'm so sorry, Fourth Aunt. Meh. Could be worse. She settles on the other bed, making herself comfortable, and grabs the TV remote. Don't be too long. We all promise we'll be back soon, and off we go to handle the next crisis. One thing I can say about the weddings we do, they are certainly never dull. 17. The bridal suite is a mess. I find second aunt in her work corner, trying to put the finishing touches on Jacqueline's hair while Jacqueline visibly tries not to cry. Maureen holds Jacqueline's hands tight, speaking to her in a low, comforting tone of voice. I can't believe he's drunk, Jacqueline says. On our wedding day. I know, Maureen says, rubbing Jacqueline's arms. But I think he's sobering up right now. He'll probably be okay. Second aunt brightens up when she spots me. Ah, photographer is here, you know, cry no more, okay. Later ruin picture. Who cares about pictures anymore? My groom is a dumbass. Jacqueline cries. Oh, sweetie. Maureen pulls her into a hug. I bite my lip and give the two of them a bit of space. The truth is, people often judge brides for being high-strung and call them bridezillas, but honestly, without a groom like Tom, Jacqueline would have been a perfectly calm bride. After a few minutes, I gently say, Seb's over in the groom's suite, helping the groom and groomsmen get ready. It'll all work out okay. Jacqueline's chin trembles, and her eyes shine with tears. It's just we've been planning this for over a year, and everybody's here, and... I know. I crouch down so I can look her in the eye. And everybody is going to enjoy themselves and remember this as one of the most beautiful weddings they've ever attended, with the most gorgeous bride they've ever seen. A sad smile touches her lips. But even if Tom and his groomsmen do wake up in time, they'll look awful, and Tom won't even be able to enjoy his own wedding day. If you want to call the wedding off or postpone it or whatever, you can, Maureen says. My heart does some complicated gymnastics move. Yes, call off the wedding. We'd be able to leave early with the body. Jacqueline shakes her head. People have flown all the way from Indo to get here. If I cancelled it, there would be hell to pay. She takes a deep breath. I'll be fine. Tom's the right guy for me. I've just got to get through today, and then we'll be fine. He makes a shitty groom, but he'll be the perfect husband. I have to consciously stop myself from sighing out loud in disappointment at the missed opportunity for us. Second aunt resumes putting on the finishing touches while I aim my camera at Jacqueline and take pictures. This is usually one of my favorite parts of the day, taking photos of the bride. There is no doubt that the bride is the highlight of every wedding. There's just something about taking pictures of a woman wearing a gauzy, frothy wedding dress that makes me love my job. Usually. Today, I just want to get everything over and done with. And knowing that the bride is secretly unhappy doesn't help matters. Once we're done, second aunt and I leave, giving Jacqueline and Maureen some privacy to bitch some more about the idiot groom and his idiot friends. As we walk out of the room, I turn and catch a glimpse of Maureen giving Jacqueline a quick hug while speaking in a reassuring tone to her, and I'm glad that Jacqueline has such a good friend to lean on. Outside the bridal suite, I quickly fill second aunt in on what's happened. So now we just waiting for big aunt to steal suit from laundry room, she says, incredulously. Put that way, it does sound pretty crazy. It sounds like the kind of plan that has about a gazillion ways to go wrong. Well, we couldn't think of anything else, and that Kula's been seen by just about everybody. Is all big aunt's fault, second aunt says, triumphantly. Well, I wouldn't say that. The fridge was just too busy, people coming in and out. Nobody noticed Kula, especially if we stack at bottom. You see, this is what big aunt do. She thinks she knows better, so she just do something without asking everyone. In the end, she create bigger mess. I mean, it's a difficult situation. I don't think there are any right answers, you know? Second aunt harumphs. I've been telling everyone for so long, cannot just rely on big aunt, but everyone always ask, big aunt, is this okay? Is that okay? How would big aunt know? No, cannot rely on her. I will think of something, better idea. This feels bad in a too many cooks spoil the soup kind of way. I really don't think. You go back inside, tea ceremony going to start soon. You get ready. With that, she walks off, wearing a firm expression of someone who knows absolutely what she's about to do. I stand there for a while, hesitating. I should stop her. Or should I? I don't know. I've been raised never to go against my elders. Like I said, it's a difficult situation with no right answer, and left to my own devices, I honestly don't know what I'd do. Killing a dude and covering up said dude are all a bit out of my normal comfort zone. It's barely noon. Unbelievable. I feel as though it's the end of a very long day, but now it turns out there's still some time before the Pinjamputan ceremony. In Chinese Indo weddings, the groom and groomsmen go to the bride's house, or in cases where the bride's already at the hotel, to the bride's suite. The bridesmaids are supposed to greet them at the door and make them do a series of embarrassing stunts before they're allowed to walk through the door and pick up the bride. I wonder what torturous stunts Jacqueline's friends have concocted, especially to get back at the guys for getting so shit-faced. Despite myself, I smile at the thought. They deserve a bit of ass-whooping, honestly. Well, at least somebody's having a good time. I look up to see Nathan coming down the corridor. Oh, hey. I can't stop the smile from spreading across my face. The sight of him. I can't describe it. I mean, objectively he's gorgeous, obviously, but there's also something about him that makes me feel that I've come home after a long day. Just came out from the groom's suite, he says with a sigh. OOF. How are they doing? Well, they're awake, so there's that, but a couple of them are trying to shift the blame by saying that their drinks must have been spiked in order for them to get that drunk. I stare at him in horror. Seriously? How fucking entitled can you get? Nathan sighs again. Yep, seriously. Unfortunately, this kind of thing isn't unique. You won't believe the number of times guests have blamed us for some random thing just to cover their asses or get a freebie. That sucks. I empathize. I deal with people on the most stressful day of their lives, so, yeah. I don't usually see the best side of them. His mouth quirks into a crooked smile that doubles my heart rate. Did you mean the happiest day of their lives? I meant what I meant, dude. Sure, it's a happy occasion with some truly beautiful moments, but it's also stressful as hell, especially when you're Chinese Indo and need to invite 2,000 people to your wedding. True. He continues smiling at me as if I'm very interesting instead of a wildly ranting weirdo. So, I have a confession to make. I have to swallow before speaking, yeah. I've been thinking a lot. Oh. Don't overdo it. His smile widens, and I'm treated to a full view of its gorgeousness. It's a full-on assault. His face should be illegal, the way his dark chocolate eyes crinkle at the edges and the way those dimples appear. He looks like a combination of Daniel Henney and Louis Tan, a combination that is way too hot for his own good. I've mainly been thinking about feet. Okay, this is not where I thought the conversation was going to go. Well, I'm glad that you've picked up a fetish since college. I smile in what I hope is a very open-minded way. I think the smile ends up looking slightly demented. Nathan laughs. Sorry, I wasn't being clear. Though it's interesting that that's where your mind went. Oh, like there's a different way to take I've been thinking about feet. Good point. Anyway, more specifically, I've been thinking about your feet. He winces and quickly adds, okay, wait, that came out a lot creepier than it should have. Yeah, that did come out pretty creepy, I laugh, though the thought of Nathan thinking about anything that has to do with me makes things inside me flutter. I've been thinking about how, when you go to sleep at night, your feet wag back and forth. I bite my lip as memories come rushing back. Of us, tumbling about under the sheets, not leaving my bed for days. Of the conversations we had in between devouring each other, my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. We'd talk about everything, from physics to games to mutual friends, and would watch from bed as the sky went from inky black to smoky purple and wonder about how we'd just spent the entire night awake and didn't feel tired at all. That first night we spent together, as I was dozing off, he said, "Do you always do that with your feet?" My feet stopped still. Do what? No, don't stop. They were like, wagging back and forth under the covers. He turned his head to look at me, smiling. That's so cute. Sorry, I moaned. My mom said my future husband would complain about my restless feet. He laughed. Your future husband? Well, according to her, I can only share a bed with one dude in life, and that's my husband. I wince inwardly at the magnitude of this statement. Not that I'm saying you're my future husband, I mean, you're not the first guy I've shared a bed with. I've been with plenty others before. Not plenty, but like, you know. I don't want to marry you, is what I'm saying. I mean, not like. His mouth covered mine in a sweet kiss that ended with us giggling at each other, our lips still touching. I know what you mean, he said gently. Don't worry. The feet don't bother me at all. And then we had fallen asleep like that, in each other's arms, and I'd woken up with him hard against me, and I snapped back to the present, with my Nathan smiling down at me. I grin weakly, my stomach fluttering at the vivid memory of our first night together. Did he bring up the feet thing on purpose, to remind me of that night? This is probably the most important weekend of my career, Nathan says. The success of this wedding will basically make or break the hotel. I nod weakly. I understand. I really should be focused on work and making sure everything goes well, but Medi God, I haven't been able to stop thinking about that kiss. He leans close to me, and everything about him fills my senses. His scent floods me, that good, clean, fresh smell he has that has nothing to do with cologne. He's always smelled of fresh, warm laundry. I should be focusing on making sure everything goes well, but I keep coming back to you. Of course, now that he's talking about it, it's all I can think of too. He's so deliciously close to me, I can see his ridiculously long, thick eyelashes, and the way the muscles in his jaw move as his lips part ever so slightly. He dips his head toward mine. His lips are only an inch away when my phone goes off. We jump apart, and I scramble to pick it up. It turns out to be my alarm, set to go off 5 minutes before the Penjamputan. Alarm. It's time for me to go in, I say, waving the phone vaguely. My heart is screaming. Can hearts scream? Mine's doing some weird shit, anyway. Nathan gives a rueful smile. Maybe later, when there's a lull, we can talk about us. Yeah. Yeah, of course. More than anything, I long for the chance to talk things out with Nathan, to close the year's worth of gap between us, to know everything that's gone on with him. But the dark worry of Agwan's body in my hotel room resurfaces from the depths of my consciousness like a swamp monster, and I step away from Nathan. We'll talk, I say, and it comes out more curt than I wanted. Nathan's smile loses a wattage or two, but he nods before walking away, leaving me feeling like I've lost him for the second time in my life. 18. Chinese Indonesian weddings are filled with small ceremonies. Before the Penjamputan, there is a short veiling ceremony, where the parents of the bride kiss her on the cheek and then put the veil over her face, thus completing her transformation from woman to bride. It's usually a tearful occasion. In most Chinese Indo families, no matter how old you get, kids usually live with their parents until they get married and move out. So for most families, this is goodbye, and the veiling ceremony is a visual reminder of it. Jacqueline and her parents are no exception. I move swiftly and quietly, capturing as many pictures as I can of the intense emotions on their faces without detracting from the moment. When Tant Johanna and O.M. Hendrik pull the veil over Jacqueline's head, tears sting my eyes at the bittersweet smiles on their faces. These are my favorite moments of wedding photography. Capturing the in-betweens. The moments in between the big ones, when raw emotion is painted vividly and it feels as though I'm catching the tunes of their hearts with my camera. Once that's finished, we wait for the groom and groomsmen to arrive for the Penjamputan. And wait. And wait. I send a text to Seb to see what the hell is the hold-up. I mean, really now, I've got a dead body in my room and somehow I'm not the biggest mess at this wedding. Medi, 12:17 p.m, where's everyone? They're late for the Penjamputan. Seb, 12:18 p.m, you won't believe these idiots. They're all rushing around, getting dressed, messing with their hair. Some of them can't find their shirts or pants or whatever shit. I sigh and open up the chat group with my mom and aunts. Medi, 12:19 p.m, everything okay? Big Aunt sends a string of emojis that seem completely unrelated to each other instead of an actual response. Whoever introduced my mom and aunts to emojis needs to be thrown off a tall building. Ever since they found out about emojis, my mom and her sisters think they're a perfectly acceptable way of communicating. Except everyone has a slightly different interpretation of emojis, and it takes me about 3 times as long to figure out exactly what they're trying to say. Like now, for example, the thumbs up emoji means everything is okay, which is good, but then why is there an angry face emoji right next to it? And then the shirt emoji, does she mean to say that she managed to grab a shirt, but people are angry at her? But then why the thumbs up emoji? Why? Medi, 12:22 p.m, I don't know what that means. Ma, 12:23 p.m, Aya, how can not figure out? So obvious. Big Aunt, 12:24 p.m, another string of emojis. Medi, 12:25 p.m, everything is okay, right? Second Aunt, 12:26 p.m, string of emojis. I give up. Whoever said it's as hard as herding cats has obviously never tried to herd a group of Asian aunties. I'll just have to trust that since they haven't used the police car or police station or whatever other dire emoji, things are okay. Or at least they're not catastrophic. Just as I shove my phone back into my pocket, there's a commotion outside the door. I perk up. Finally. The groom and his posse are here. I hold up my camera. I'm using the 35mm now, which gives me a wider angle so I can make sure to capture everyone and snap the moments as the bridesmaids, who have been gathered at the suite door, call out, "Who's there?" The groom, comes the answer, and the bridesmaids giggle. They open the double doors and a cheer goes up, albeit a weak and straggled one, as the groom and his friends are obviously suffering from a bitching hangover. "You're late!" Maureen shouts. Tom Cruise Satopo. I really need to stop referring to him mentally by his full name every time, but then again, I can't stop thinking of him as a knockoff Tom Cruise, and the groomsmen in the front wince at her shout. Tom smiles weakly and says, "Let us in. Only if you do a few things for us." At this, all of the bridesmaids cheer, and the groomsmen groan theatrically. I'm smiling as I take pictures of them all. I love the Akara Penjemputan. I've seen bridesmaids come up with the most creative trials for groomsmen to do, having them shave each other's chest hair, getting them to wear diapers over their pants, asking them the randomest questions about the bride, and making them eat raw chilies when they get a question wrong. Now, a Victoria's Secret box is passed from bridesmaid to bridesmaid until it reaches the maid of honor. "Don't come back until you've put these on," she laughs, passing it to Tom. The guys all groan loudly again, but they're also laughing, some covering their faces as they fish out lacy lingerie from the box. Gamely, they put on the lingerie over their suits, and that's when everyone realizes there's a set of lingerie left in the box. "Why's there a set left?" Maureen says, holding up the lace underwear. "All of yours need to wear these. Come on out, stop hiding. Who's missing?" The groomsmen glance around, looking confused and guilty. Huh? Why would they look guilty? "Oh, Ryan isn't here," Tom says, finally. "Why not?" He lowers his voice, leaning in a little, and says, "Please don't tell Jack, but he can't find his clothes." "What?" Maureen cries. "For fuck's sake, Tom. Come on. You guys had any job. One. Just show up. And you can't even." She stops herself, takes a deep breath, and forces a smile. "Okay, whatever. Moving on. Time for the next trial." She nods to one of the bridesmaids, who taps something on her phone. Music blasts out. "Khalees milkshake. Shake it, boys," she shouts, and then hurries back inside the room, whispering something to a bridesmaid as she goes. The bridesmaid nods and takes her place at the front. Maureen hurries through the living room and into the bedroom, where Jacqueline is waiting. Moments later, even through the din of the music, I hear Jacqueline go, seriously. I can't help but sigh. Honestly, can these groomsmen be more of a mess? I walk over to the bedroom and knock softly. Jacqueline looks up and says, "Oh God, Mehdi, we're down a groomsman." "Yeah, I heard. Look, I know it seems like a huge deal, but it really isn't. You've got enough bridesmaids and groomsmen for people not to notice a missing one, and I promise the pictures will turn out just as good." "But what about when they're walking down the aisle after the ceremony? I can't send Becca down the aisle on her own, that's just too sad." I think fast. She can walk down with another pair. Have the groomsmen stand in between two bridesmaids as they go down the aisle. Jacqueline and Maureen look at each other, mulling over what I said, then Maureen shrugs. She's right. That's the best option. Jacqueline sighs. Okay. Could you? I'll let her know, Maureen says, don't you worry. She gives Jacqueline's hand a squeeze and leaves the room. Jacqueline leans her head back against the wall and breathes out. This day's a mess. She doesn't know the half of it. Weddings always are. But yours is going great, trust me. And you look amazing. She crooks a half smile. I tell her I'm going back to take pictures, and she nods. With that little snag resolved, the rest of the Penjemputan ceremony passes by quickly. The guys pass all of their trials and tribulations and are allowed into the suite. I capture the moment when Tom sees his bride for the first time in her wedding gown, the expression on his face making everyone go, "Ah." He lifts her veil and gives her, as per Chinese Indo tradition, a chaste kiss on the cheek. Her parents smile in approval. I snap the tearful moments when Jacqueline hugs her parents before leaving the bridal suite, and the Akara Penjemputan is over. The wedding festivities have begun. 19. Up next is the tea ceremony, a favorite for many couples. The bride and groom serve tea to their elders, and their elders bestow gifts upon them. Traditionally, the gifts come in the form of gold or red packets filled with money. With the more lavish Chinese Indo weddings, the aunties and uncles often try to outdo one another. I've shot a wedding where an uncle gave his favorite nephew a car. Rare, but it has been known to happen. With Tom and Jacqueline's ostentatiously wealthy families, who's to say what the ceiling is when it comes to their tea ceremony? The atmosphere inside the function room is electric. Seb and I take our respective positions, me behind the chairs for the elders so I can capture photos of the bride and groom, and Seb across the room. All the aunties and uncles and grandparents are side-eyeing one another as they await their turn to be served tea. The wedding organizer is perched next to the bride and groom, and she calls out the names of relatives, who go up two by two. The first couple to go up is Tom's parents. My shutter snaps dozens of pictures as Maureen passes a tray with 2 steaming cups of oolong tea to Jacqueline and Tom. They each pick up a cup and present them, heads bowed, to Tom's parents. Tom's parents accept with gracious smiles, take a sip, and then place the cups back on the tray. Tom and Jacqueline bow to them, and then Tom's dad takes something out of his jacket and presents a piece of paper with a flourish. The wedding planner announces, "A title deed to your new house," and the guests ooh and ah and clap. Tom and Jacqueline hug Mr. and Mrs. Satopo, and I take pictures of them holding up the title deed before Maureen places it in a prepared box. The next ones to come up are Jacqueline's parents, who give Jacqueline the brilliant set of jewelry I'd taken photos of earlier that morning, and a choppered watch for Tom limited edition, worth more than a BMW, announces the WP. The audience claps appreciatively, and the gifts are whisked away to join the title deed in the large velvet box. The rest follow, going from oldest relatives to youngest. There are more watches Cartier and Patek, and there are receipts for larger items, like a La Cornue stove from one of Jacqueline's aunties, and a Hayson's bed from an uncle. Then there is jewelry again, more Cartier, a couple of Bulgari, and a smattering of Tiffany. And of course, as usual, there are the red packets. These ones are bulging, stuffed with stacks of $100 bills. I catch sight of an auntie stuffing her red packet with more wads of cash. Evidently she's feeling outmatched by all the insane gifts. I feel bad for her. No doubt about it, the tea ceremony is the most stressful one for the extended family. By the time they're done, Maureen has had to ask for another box to hold all the gifts. Everyone claps and proceeds to a different hall to have lunch. "Do you still need me around?" Seb says, glancing up from his camera screen. "Or can I head for lunch?" "Go, I'll be fine. Thanks for dealing with the groomsmen and everything." "Anytime. I'll see you later." I see Maureen struggling to pick up both boxes and hurry toward her, slinging my camera strap over my shoulder. "Let me help you with that." She glances up, startled. "Oh, that's totally fine, I can manage." I watch, hesitating, as she piles one box on top of the other and grunts, lifting. The top box wobbles precariously, and I leap forward, catching it just in time before it topples over and rains expensive jewelry everywhere. "OOF, thanks. I guess I can't manage after all." "How come no one else is helping out with this? The stuff's heavy." Maureen smacks. "I'm the only one they trust with this." "Ah, makes sense. You're a great maid of honor. She's lucky to have you." Her smile wanes a little at that, and I wonder if I've said the wrong thing. We brisk walk the rest of the way to the bridal suite in silence. When we get inside, Maureen says, "Just put the box down on the coffee table." I do as she says and hesitate again. Should I leave, or should I wait for her? As though reading my mind, she says, "You can go now," dismissing me with a flick of her hand. Outside, I check the schedule and breathe a sigh of relief. It's lunchtime, and after that there are a couple hours of break while everyone rests through the hottest part of the day. I won't be needed for a few hours until portrait time in the afternoon, after which will be the wedding ceremony, followed by the reception. I'm about to go to the restaurant, where lunch is provided for all the wedding vendors, when my phone rings. Second aunt's face pops up onto the screen. "Medi, got problem." My heart thumps to the floor. "What is it?" A Gwan phone. It keep ringing, someone want to talk to him bad. Maybe I pick up and say, "Do not pick up. I'll be right there." I run all the way back to my room. Even before I open the door, I can hear the faint sound of music. I tap the keycard at the door sensor frantically and burst into the room. Fourth aunt jumps up, then sighs when she sees me. "You'll give me a heart attack." "What's that music?" I say, rushing inside. "Shoes." Fourth aunt scolds. "Seriously?" I kick my shoes off and rush toward the bed. Someone has put the duvet on top of Ogwan, covering all of him save for his socked feet, which are poking out the bottom. His phone is on top of the desk, lying face down, and the music is coming from it, because second aunt was right, someone keeps calling him. "Why didn't you turn it to silent mode?" I reach for the phone and pause. What do I do? Now that I'm actually here, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Answer it? Shit, no. I can't do that. I'm still standing there, frozen, when it stops mid-ring. Silence falls, thick and heavy. "It's going to ring again," fourth aunt says. "Been ringing for the past 10 minutes. Ajia couldn't stand it, that's why she's out there." Out there? I glance up and finally catch sight of second aunt out on the balcony, doing Tai Chi. "That position's called white crane spreads its legs," fourth aunt says. I give her a look, and she goes, "What?" I'm serious. You think I'm making these names up? Yeah, actually. I shake my head. Why the hell am I arguing about Tai Chi position names right now? Where are Big Aunt and Ma? Went for lunch. You know how they get all angry when they're hungry? They get hangangry. Ooh, I just coined a new term. The term's hangry, and you didn't coin it. I focus on the phone. Okay, Medi. Think. Okay, first things first, we need to know who's been calling. Yeah. Okay. Taking a deep breath, I reach out while at the same time the rest of my body cringes away from the phone. Even my lips peel back, like my entire skin is trying to crawl off. I pick it up, grimacing, and tap the home key. The screen lights up, asking for an unlock code or a fingerprint. I swear out loud. What is it? I need his thumbprint. OOF. Millimeter, yeah, not going to help you with that. Fourth aunt resumes plucking her eyebrows. Yep, don't worry about it, I mutter, walking to the side of the bed. Okay. I can do this. No biggie. This is totally fine. I dart to the bathroom, retrieve a hand towel, and wrap it around my hand. Deep breath. I lift the duvet, gritting my teeth as I see his hand. His pale hand. Mannequin pale. Shit. Gingerly, I maneuver it so I can press his thumb up against the home key. Nothing happens. Ugh. Okay, other thumb. Still nothing. With increasing desperation, I try his index finger and finally hit jackpot. The screen lights up, and the phone unlocks. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. I drop his hand and do a full body shiver. Yuck. Then I look at my prize. Our Guan's phone, unlocked. First things first, I go into settings and turn off the phone lock, so I won't need his fingerprint again to access the phone. Then I click on the calls history list and... Shit. What is it? Fourth aunt says. I look up at her, my mouth open, aghast. It's Maureen Halim. 20. Who Maureen Halim? Second aunt says, walking back in the room. The maid of honor. My voice comes out all dazed. I don't get it. Why would Maureen be calling our Guan? Just as I think that, a text comes in. Maureen, 1:32 p.m., where the fuck are you? Maureen, 1:32 p.m., the things are ready. Maureen, 1:33 p.m., this was your idea, don't tell me you're backing out now. Backing out of what? My fingers move faster than my mind does, and before I know it, I've typed out a reply. Aguan, 1:33 p.m., not backing out, but can't talk RN. Maureen, 1:34 p.m., can't talk. Are you fucking kidding me RN? She rings again, and this time, I pick up. I don't even need to say anything before she launches into a tirade. I don't even need to put her on speaker. In the small, silent room, her voice comes out painfully clear. You fucking shithead, you better get here right now and pick shit up, or else I'm gonna report your ass. Doors unlocked. I'm going into the dining hall before they realize I'm missing. Move. Your ass. With that, she disconnects the call, leaving me staring at the phone. Whoa, this Maureen very angry girl, second aunt says from behind my back. She need to do Tai Chi. I guess I need to pick up whatever our Guan was supposed to pick up so she doesn't realize he's dead, I say, weakly. I go with you, second aunt says. I done my Tai Chi now, so I very calm. You need someone calm. She is not wrong. I thank her, and we both leave the room. Where we going? Well, when I left, Maureen was in the bridal suite, so I guess I'll start there. There's a dark suspicion unfolding in my mind as we walk, and I hope against all hope that it's not what I think it is, but when I get to the bridal suite, the deadbolt on the door has been left in the locked position, with the door slightly open, so that the door doesn't swing shut and automatically lock. My stomach is twisting, but I make myself knock and call out, "Maureen? You there?" No answer. I push open the door slightly and peer in. "Maureen?" Still silence. Second aunt pushes the door wide open. Or tries to, anyway. There's something blocking it. We exchange a look and push harder, until the gap is big enough for us to get through. The object that's behind the door turns out to be a heavy duffel bag. I bend down and unzip it and... "Ah, shit." I sigh. "What is it?" "What inside, oh?" I suck in a breath through gritted teeth. The tea ceremony gifts. "War, this one's gorgeous," fourth aunt cries, opening a velvet box and finding a diamond necklace inside. She strokes it with as much adoration as a mother stroking her newborn. "Can't I just keep one?" "No." I snap, snatching the box away from her. I slam it shut and put it back in the duffel bag. When I look back, second aunt looks up guiltily. She's doing Tai Chi in the middle of my hotel room, and on one outstretched arm she has on a thick gold Cartier bracelet and on the other she has a Patek Philippe watch on. Second aunt. "Not keeping them," she mutters. "Just want to see what they look like when I do Tai Chi." She moves into a different pose and says, "Grasp the bird's tail pose." "Oh, look nice, ah." Fourth aunt nods appreciatively. I march over to her and hold out my palm. "Give them back." "So spoil sport." She takes them off and drops them in my hand with a pout. We need to figure out what the hell's happening." I pace the room. Okay, so it looks like Maureen and Ogwan know each other somehow, and they plotted to steal the tea ceremony gifts. Maureen's moved the gifts from the boxes into the bag, and Ogwan's supposed to pick them up, which we've done for him, and now what? "Have some tea, Medi, you're too anxious," fourth aunt says, passing me a steaming cup of my favorite tea, Tai Guan Yin. Tea got caffeine, will stress her out even more. "Better you just do Tai Chi, Medi. Come, you do with me." Second aunt plucks the teacup out of my hand and places it on the desk before launching into a Tai Chi pose. "Parting the wild horse's mane," she says, stretching out both hands. This is impossible. I'm going to the balcony to think. I stride outside and close the sliding door behind me. Leaning against the balcony railing, I breathe out a huge sigh. Before me is the mountain view, which is a nice way of saying not ocean view, but the sight of all the trees and greenery is soothing to me. Okay, so Ogwan was an even bigger shit than I thought. I close my eyes. Let's pretend to be him for a second. I've got a duffel bag filled with expensive gifts. What do? I get off the island as fast as I can. They'd sent us an email with travel details. I take out my phone and open the email, scrolling down to vendors' boat timetable. Sure enough, there's a yacht for vendors who aren't staying overnight scheduled to leave in 15 minutes. The next one leaves in 6 hours' time. Ogwan would have wanted to leave ASAP. How would he have smuggled the duffel bag out, though? The lilies. He would have arrived here with crates of them. I guess he could just stuff the duffel bag into one of those crates and nobody would be the wiser. Right. So that was most likely his plan. Now that I've figured it out, what do? I took the duffel bag because I didn't want Maureen to find out that he's not here. I thought maybe it would be best to keep up the appearance of having him still be alive. But if I go along with their plan, it means I would be stealing from Jacqueline and Tom. And they don't deserve that. I'm already a killer, I really don't need to add thief to the growing list of crimes. I'll return the gifts to them. Just gotta figure out how. Can't exactly march up to Jacqueline and tell her that her maid of honor is a lying, thieving jerk, because then I'd have to explain how I found out. Maybe I could just leave the duffel bag outside the bridal suite. But then Maureen would know that something went wrong on Ogwan's end. Arg. Okay. I'll figure it out somehow. In the meantime, I'll just have a freaking dead body and a bag full of stolen goods in my room, because of course I do. There's a knock on the glass door. I open it and fourth aunt says, "You're going to be here a while, right?" Jet and I are going to lunch. We're starving. Oh. Yeah, of course. Go. Thanks for watching the You Know while I was gone. Of course, but what family do, second aunt says. They slip on their shoes, call out their goodbyes to me, and leave the room. I go back inside, closing the balcony door behind me, and sip the tea that fourth aunt had made for me. With a sigh, I plop down on the other bed, staring at Ogwan. Or rather, the lump that's covered by the duvet. Oh Lord, it's just hit me that one of us will have to sleep in this bed that housed a dead body for hours. Inconceivable. I'll sleep in the bathtub. Or with Ma. Or on the floor. Anywhere but the bed Ogwan's corpse is cooling down in. I look at the stocking feet sticking out. How surreal that there's an actual human body underneath that. A human body I killed. And there, on the desk, the duffel bag. I pick it up and put it inside the closet. Seems wrong to just leave a bag full of stolen jewelry and money out in the open like that. Just as I'm sliding the closet door shut, there's another knock. Without thinking, I swing it open, saying, "Did you forget something?" Fourth, the last word chokes halfway up my throat. Because there, standing in front of me, isn't fourth aunt or second aunt. It's Nathan. 21. Nathan. I cry, hoping that came out more pleasantly surprised than shocked and horrified. Not that I would be shocked or horrified to see him under normal circumstances, that is, when I do not have a dead body and a bag full of stolen things in my room. I slide out of the room and pull the door shut behind me, and only then do I breathe easier. And there he is. My Nathan. Hi. Hi, he says, smiling at me as though I'm the only person he wants to see in the entire world. He's had this effect on people since our college days. He'd smile at the cashier at Safeway, and the kid would just melt. I had some free time, okay, I don't, actually, I made some free time, Medi, I can't stop thinking about you. Me too. Technically a lie, I haven't been able to stop thinking about the corpse, but also not technically a lie, given that I've been obsessing over him for the past 4 years. I guess that's what he wanted to hear, because next thing I know, his arms are around my waist, pulling me close. He pauses, his lips only a single, lonely inch from mine, and the yearning inside me takes over and I close the distance. Every kiss we have steals my breath, stops the spinning of the world, and this one is no different. Time stops, and molecules freeze, and in this moment, there's no me, or him, or everything else. Just us. I kiss him hungrily, and he kisses back with equal fervor. My lips part slightly, and he slides his tongue into my mouth. Molten lava fills my belly. I can't have enough of him. The taste of him is intoxicating, the gentle caress of his tongue on mine sending me spinning into mindlessness. His hands hold me tight, possessively, and when one of them moves to cup my breast, I arch my back like a cat, filling his palm, feeling my skin burst into flames at the touch. God, I want him so badly. Can we go inside, he murmurs, his lips tracing the words against my neck, making me whimper with need. I wrap my arms around him even tighter, words tumbling out of my mouth without much meaning. Inside. Where we could rip off each other's clothes, skin kissing skin, his warmth against mine, inside me. Inside. Where our Gwan's corpse lies, cooling. My eyes fly open. I might as well have gotten an electric shock. All of my muscles tense, and I turn into a salt pillar. Inside? I squeak. Nathan pulls back a little. He searches my eyes. Yeah, I thought. He blushes. Sorry if I'm moving too fast. No. No, you're not. I really, really want to go inside with you. You won't believe how much I've been fantasizing about that. It's just shit, actually. I just locked myself out. I pat my pockets for my key card. I'm not even lying. In my panic to close the door when I found Nathan here, I forgot to grab the key card from the desk. Oh. That's okay, I've got a master key. He takes a card out of his pocket and smiles. Look, I know this is moving really fast, but I'd actually love to just be able to sit down with you and talk. We have so much to catch up on, and if I'm being totally honest, I still don't understand where we went wrong back in college. I drove myself crazy trying to figure out what I did, and I don't want to make that same mistake now. You didn't. It was nothing you did. Confusion crosses his face. I was too scared to go east with you and I just freaked. I wanted to stay and help the family business, but I didn't want to risk you giving up on your job offer, so. Yeah. Biggest mistake of my life. Believe me, I kick myself every day for letting you go. Nathan smiles, and God, it's beautiful. It's like years are shaved off his face. So. I didn't fuck it up. God, no. You were the love of my life. I want to talk to, properly. He waves the key card at the door before I can say but, and the light above the knob turns from red to green. The lock slides with a click, and Nathan opens the door for me. My heart stops. My entire being has frozen. But instead of walking in as I thought he would, Nathan remains outside. He sees my startled, dazed gaze, and smiles ruefully. It's clear that you're unsure about this, Mehdi. And I'm not going to make you do anything you don't want to. We've got all the time in the world after this weekend to talk about us. He takes my hand, enveloping it with his warmth, and lifts it to his lips. My knees turn to water as he kisses my hand with exquisite reverence. You're worth the wait. He tucks an errant strand of hair behind my ear and trails his fingers down the side of my cheek, to my neck, making me shiver with pleasure. After this weekend, I promise, I'll be all yours, and I promise I'll explain everything about my family and why I was such an idiot and broke things off with you. His smile lights up his face, same old Nathan, the boy I fell so wildly in love with all those years ago, and it's like watching the sun rise. I kiss him again, wanting so badly to memorize every delicious curve of his mouth, the addictive taste of him. When we break off, we're both breathless again. I slide back through the door, almost home free. His gaze flicks up somewhere behind my shoulder, and his smile freezes. Is that? A frown etches into his forehead as he cranes his neck to look through the gap at the door. When he speaks again, his voice has lost all of its warmth, and he's looking down at me like I'm a stranger. Is there a guy in your bed? A supernova goes off in my head. Oh God, he's seen the body. He's seen the body. Instead of a look of horror, though, what settles on Nathan's face is disappointment. He laughs a little awkwardly. I thought you weren't seeing anyone, but he laughs again, an utterly humorless sound, and the look on his face is unbearable to see. Betrayal. My heart crumples at the sight of it. A small part of me insists this is worse, much worse than shock horror. A small part of me wants to shout, no. It's not a boyfriend. Just some blind date I killed last night. He means nothing to me, I swear. I didn't even know his real name before I killed the guy. But I stay there, blinking idiotically, letting the love of my life think I'm some cheating asshole who would go around making out with him while I'm still attached to some guy who's apparently napping in my room. Anyway. Nathan gives me a tight-lipped smile, the kind you give to the overly friendly cashier at Trader Joe's to get them to stop talking. I'll see you around, Medi. And with that, he leaves. I melt back inside my room, close the door and lean against it, tears already pooling in my eyes. My chest hurts, like someone's just reached in with an iron fist, shattering my ribs, grabbed my heart, and wrenched it out, but there's nothing I can do to stop Nathan from leaving. 22. Ma finds me curled up on the other bed, crying as if I've just been watching one of her K-dramas. Medi? She hurries to my side and gives my shoulder a little shake. Kenapa? What happened? Why you cry? I look up and the sight of her round, lined face is too much to bear. A fresh wave of tears bursts out of me and I babble, I'm sorry, Ma. I'm so sorry. It's all too much, all of it. Agwan. Ma and her sisters helping me with Agwan without a single word of complaint. And how in truth, I've been plotting to get out of the family business for months. And, of course, Nathan. How I'd met my soulmate in college, fallen irrevocably in love, and never told Ma about it. It's stupid, but it feels like the biggest betrayal somehow. And now I've lost him again. It's just I take a breath. Things have gotten so complicated. And I'm so sorry that I got you into all of this. She breathes out. Aya. Of course I get into all of this. She gestures vaguely in Agwan's direction. I'm your mother. I must protect you. But that's just it, Ma. I don't want you to protect me. You've been doing it this whole time and I'm grateful, but I wish I weren't such a mess, you know. I wish you didn't need to protect me. Ma gives me a small, sad smile and puts a hand on my cheek, the way she's done ever since I was big enough to remember. You're not a mess. You just kill by accident only. Bad luck. Can happen to anyone. That makes me laugh despite everything. I don't think accidentally killing your date is something that can happen to anyone, Ma. I sigh. I haven't been honest with you, and with everything that's been happening, I don't know if I'll get the chance to tell you the truth about Nathan, so. I want to tell you, Ma. I don't want to keep things from you anymore. A light dawns on Mama's face, shaving off years and making her look so young and vibrant. I catch a glimpse of her as a 20-something, full of fire and laughter. Yes, she says. Tell me. Minutes later, we sit on the balcony, cupping hot mugs of tea in our hands. I met Nathan the first week of college. It was love at first sight, which I realize is cheesy as hell, but. Yeah. She laughs. You know, I meet your dad at wedding. He keeps smiling at me, I was so irritated at him. I said, hey, you look at me for what, Can you stop looking? And he said, I like staring at beauty. And that's it, bam, fell in love. The thought of Papa and Mama being young and in love is a bittersweet one. How come you can still talk about him so fondly, after everything that's happened? Oh, Medi. Because I got you. And your Papa was very kind in the beginning. Always listened to me, very good man. We try hard to be good to each other. And it didn't work out, but it is okay, we got you, that is good enough. I reach out and squeeze her hand. It's smooth, smoother than mine, and I remember the feel of it when I was young, stroking my hair as I cried in her lap after getting bullied or failing a test. My mother's always had such smooth hands, but now I see wrinkles and age spots on them too, and the sight is so jarring. When did she get old on me? So what happened with this boy? I sigh. Everything. He was my everything. And I guess that's what scared me the most. I was 18. I wasn't ready to find my everything yet, you know. And of course there's the family curse. What family curse? I stare at her. You know, the one that's taken all the men in our family. You and all the aunties used to mention it when I was a kid. You guys would be like, we are so unlucky, we are cursed to have our husbands leave us. Ma laughs. You mean family blessing? What? Aya, we call it curse at first because yes, of course we are sad that our husbands all leave us. But after few years we realize actually, is not a curse. It is family blessing. Because your papa leave me, I become even more close to your aunties. And they become more close to each other too, because they have no husband, no son. And you, they see you as their daughter. It's like you grow up with 4 mothers. That is blessing, Mehdi. We are very blessed, we have close family. My eyes fill with tears. All these years, I have never seen it that way, but Ma's right. I did grow up with 4 mothers, and it really has been amazing. There's been so much love in my life that I took for granted. You're right, Ma. And anyway, it is not curse that take your papa away. We just not work out, it is okay, we move on. And your aunties are the same with your uncles. Maybe at first heartbreak, but after a while it is okay. Don't miss out on love because you think we got curse, so silly, you. I thought you are more educated than that. A laugh bubbles out. My superstitious mother is chastising me for believing in curses. Life could not get weirder. That is why you never tell me about this, Nathan. Yes and no. I take a deep breath. The truth is, I was a different person in school than I was at home. I don't really know how to explain it. It's nothing against you or the aunties, it's just I don't know. You feel more free to figure out who are you. I stare at her in wonderment. Yeah. Exactly. How did you? Aya, you think you are the only one who go to school, is it? I go to college also, I know what you are talking about. At home, I am just third sister, no one special, not the oldest, not the youngest. Not the prettiest, not the smartest. But in school, I can be my own person. Not just third sister, but me. Natasha. Yeah, that's exactly it. All along, she's understood. Of course she has. Like me, she grew up in a huge, close-knit family filled with overbearing relatives. So I didn't want to take him home at first because of that, and then as we became even closer and he became an even bigger part of my life, I didn't know how to take him home and tell you that we'd been together for more than a year. It felt like such a betrayal to you, and I didn't know how you'd take it. I'm sorry, Ma. I should have had more faith in you. Yes, you should have, she says, simply. I steel myself for a tirade of guilt-tripping, but for once, Ma is quiet. Anyway, then we graduated, and he got a job offer in New York, and I didn't want to move across the country just to be with him. I don't know. Or maybe I did, and it scared me to hell that I wanted to. That I would give everything up just for him. So I made myself choose something else. Something that would keep us far apart from each other. But I never could move on from him, because I knew he was the one, Ma. And the tears come again, as I admit it out loud for the first time. He was my one, and it killed me, losing him that first time, and I can't believe I just lost him again. Why lose him again? She frowns in confusion. A shaky laugh rattles out of me. He saw our Gwen's feet and he thought it's my boyfriend, napping in my bed. I couldn't tell him the truth, obviously, so I let him think that. Ma purses her lips. Ooh. Bad luck, very bad luck. You can say that again. So how? Are you going to chase that boy? I shake my head. I don't know that there's anything I can say to change his mind without telling him the truth. And honestly, I don't want to lie to him. I don't want to make up some crazy story about how it was just my aunt or whatever who was napping, of course. Once I say that, I get a glimmer of hope, like, maybe I could tell him that it was one of my many aunties underneath the duvet. But as soon as I imagine myself lying to him, everything inside me shrivels up. I have no desire to do so. I can't stand the thought of having to look him in the eye and feed him false words. And anyway, I probably shouldn't be getting distracted by whatever this is. Love is a good distraction. Maybe I get my grandbaby soon, Ma says with a grin. I roll my eyes, but I can't stop the smile from tugging at the corners of my mouth. How does my mom do it, every time? She'll find me in pieces, and somehow, someway, she manages to put me back together. I reach out and squeeze her hand. Thanks, Ma. Aya, thanks for what? She waves me off and takes in a sharp little breath. I forget to tell you I find this outside. Adu, you are so careless, how can you forget your own key card? She digs in her pants pocket and brandishes a plain white card. I frown as I take it from her. That's not my key card. I put mine on the table over there. We both look at the table, and sure enough, my key card's lying there. I turn the card Ma found over in my hands. On the other side, in plain letters, are the words master key. My breath comes out in a small OOF. It's Nathan's card. He must have dropped it after he opened the door for me. I'm gonna have to return this to him somehow. An idea pops into my head. Right after I use it to return the tea ceremony gifts. I pace the room, working out how and when I should do it. It'll have to be tonight, right after the reception, while everyone is outside watching the fireworks. I'll steal back here, grab the duffel bag, use the key card to open the bridal suite, and put it somewhere. Maybe under the bride's bed or something, where it wouldn't be found right away, so it gives us more time before Maureen realizes something's gone wrong with her plan. I go over my plan again, poking and prodding at the details to look for flaws, and yeah, obviously there are flaws, but overall, it's the best plan anyone could come up with given the situation. For the first time since this entire fiasco started, I actually feel kind of good. Yes, there is still a dead body in my bed and a stolen stash of jewelry in my closet, but hey, at least I now have a viable plan to take care of the latter. In no time I will come up with another plan to get rid of the former. Hopefully. You think of something? Ma says. I turn to her, grinning wide, and am about to tell her my plan to return the stolen jewelry when Agwan's phone vibrates. The sound slices through the air, silencing both of us. I don't think either of us even dares to breathe. Our gazes shoot to the phone, buzzing on the table like some great big beetle. Reluctantly, I step closer, still holding my breath, and see Maureen's face on the screen. Arg, great. What now? God, I hope their plan didn't involve them meeting up once he got the duffel bag. I let the call go to voicemail. Ma gnaws on her lip. Maybe you can just ignore. The phone buzzes with a text. Maureen, 2:02 p.m, SOS. SRSLY, where TF are you? SOS. Dread fills my stomach, leaden and hot. This isn't going to be anything good. With a deep breath, I pick up the phone and type out. Agwan, 2:04 p.m, what is it? The reply is practically instantaneous. Maureen, 2:04 p.m, pick up the phone you fucker. Oh God, she's going to call again, isn't she? I quickly type. Agwan, 2:04 p.m, can't, with PPL right now. Maureen, 2:05 p.m, get rid of them. This is an emergency. Agwan, 2:05 p.m, just tell me what happened. Maureen, 2:06 p.m, over text. Are you high RN? Right. She can't tell me over text because then it could be used as evidence if things go sideways. Okay. Think, Medi. Agwan, 2:08 p.m, I'll call in a sec but I won't be able to say much cause PPL around me. Maureen, 2:08 p.m, fine. I'm going to call her back. Don't say a word while I'm on the phone with her. Ma nods, and I take a second to gather myself. Deep breath. Okay. I tap on Maureen's name and call her. She picks up on the first ring. Dude, oh my god, things are so bad. I can't even, everything's going wrong. Her voice is shaky, hoarse with tears. Instinct kicks me to say something. It feels so wrong just standing here being silent. I opt for a Hugh Jackman as Wolverine grunt. They found out the stuff's missing, she hisses. Oh. Hope soars. Maybe that's good. They'll catch Maureen and and they'll interrogate her, try to dig for the truth, and what if she spills then? What if she says Gwen came and got the stuff, and then I don't know, what would they do? Maybe search the entire resort. Would they do that? Who am I kidding? There's easily a couple $1 million worth of jewelry and fine watches in that duffel bag, of course they would. They'd do anything to get it back. Shut off the island from the mainland. Tell every guest to stay in their room while they methodically go through everybody's room. Oh my god. This is bad. This is really, really bad. And the heat's on me, Maureen continues. 'Cause I was the last one with the stuff. I can't let them suspect not her, oh god, I can't change of plans, you hear me? I give my Wolverine grunt again. We'll have to pin it on the photographer. What? She was the one who helped carry the boxes back to the room. You sound weird, do you have a cold? It takes everything inside me to come up with another grunt. Anyway, she helped me carry the boxes back. I can tell them that I was careless, that she was still in the room when I opened the safe. Maybe she saw the safe code or whatever, and then came back later to take the stuff. That's believable, right? It'll buy us enough time. You need to shit, what are we gonna do with the stuff? You need to put them in the photographer's room and... I hang up on her. My heart is racing, my mind shattered. I can barely string together a coherent thought. What did she say? Ma asks, rubbing her elbows, her face lined with worry. She's so concerned she forgets to speak English and switches to Indonesian. Medi, you look so scared, what is it? I stare at the phone. I stare at Ma. Nothing comes out. Medi. Ma snaps her fingers. At the same time, the phone vibrates again. I jump, and reality comes rushing back in, like a flood. I hit reject, and then send off another text. Agwan, 2:11 p.m, can't talk now, but we'll take care of the stuff. Don't worry. When I look up again, Ma raises her eyebrows. Well. They found out that the tea ceremony gifts are missing, and Maureen wants to blame it on me. When I was 5, there was a boy at my kindergarten who was always pulling my hair and pinching me. When Ma complained to the school about it, they laughed and said, "Ah, that's so sweet. Little Bobby has a crush on your daughter. Isn't that the cutest?" Ma rose to her full 5 feet 2 inches, even her breasts rose, and she got this look on her face, as if the soul of a warrior had just taken over her features. Mrs. Moore, my teacher, was still stupidly grinning at her. She didn't even know what was coming. But by the time Ma was done with her tirade, Mrs. Moore was in tears and had promised to have a talk with Bobby's parents about boundaries. The expression on Ma's face reminds me of that moment. Everything about her is standing tall and proud and furious. That no-good thief wants to frame my daughter? It's right at this moment that the door unlocks, and in come all my aunties. They pile in, rubbing their bellies and chatting amicably in Mandarin, but then Big Aunt notices the look on Ma's face. "What happened?" she says. "Is there trouble?" "The thief wants to frame Mehdi," Ma cries. My aunties gasp, shock and anger rippling through them. Big Aunt cries the F word in Mandarin, second aunt immediately launches into some Tai Chi pose that no doubt has some ridiculous name, and fourth aunt slides her over-the-top nails across her neck, hissing. I want to hug them all to pieces. They're all so enraged on my behalf. "We'll fix this," Big Aunt says, and for once, second aunt doesn't even come up with a snarky retort. She nods along while crouching into a pose that looks like it should be called something along the lines of carrying an extra large gourd and says, "Don't worry, Mehdi. We'll fix this." No. They all look at me. Ma steps toward me. "Mehdi. No, you've all helped me so much. I can handle this one by myself. I know exactly what I have to do. I'm going to get rid of this." I heave the bag out of the closet. "And then I'll be back for the body." 23. A perk that comes with being one of the core wedding vendors, the wedding planner has shared a Google spreadsheet with me that includes the day's timetable, the phone numbers of everyone important, and a very handy list of everybody's room number. I do a quick search for Maureen's name, and there she is. Name, Maureen Halim. Role, maid of honor. And thief, the voice in my head snarks snarkily. Phone number, 6265261755. Room number, 317. My mouth sets into a grim line and I sling the duffel bag over one shoulder and walk briskly toward the staircase. Level 3. I pop my head out before walking out to the hallway, careful to make sure that there's no one about. Luck's on my side, and I hurry toward room 317. I can't believe I'm doing this. I move fast, too fast to second-guess myself. There's no time for second-guessing anyway, and if I freeze now, if I chicken out, then I'll be caught with a bag full of stolen goods, and what good will that do anyone? So I walk, ignoring all of the panicky voices crowding my head, and before I know it, I'm here. Room 317. Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm doing this. I really am. A day ago, the worst thing I've ever done was, well, it was probably breaking up with Nathan. And now, I've 1. Accidentally killed someone, 2. Hidden the dead body, and 3. Carried around over $2 million worth of stolen goods. Maureen must be with Jacqueline, so the room should be empty, but just in case, I knock on the door. "Hello?" I call out. "Room service." Wait 2 seconds. Knock again. Check the hallway once more. No one about. I slide the master key card out of my pocket and tap it against the door lock. A little green light blinks, and the lock opens with a whir. Here goes nothing. I grab the door handle and go inside Maureen's room. Maureen's room is a junior suite, with a living room and a separate bedroom. Okay, if I were a dirty, traitorous thief of a maid of honor, where would I hide a bag full of stolen goods that my dirty, traitorous, thieving hands grabbed from my best friend? Bedroom for sure. I hurry inside the bedroom and look around. Under the very tall four-poster bed. Too obvious. Inside the closet. I open the closet and study it. The shelves go all the way up to the ceiling, which is stupid because no one could reach all the way up there. I can't even see what's on the top shelf. Which makes it the perfect hiding spot. I grab a chair from the writing desk, drag it across the room, and climb up on top of it. As I straighten up, I wobble and for a terrifying second, almost fall off the chair with the heavy duffel bag, but I manage to grab one of the shelves for balance. I hoist the duffel bag over my head and push it as deep as I can, then hop off the chair. I look up, and with satisfaction, confirm that I can't see the duffel bag from my vantage point. Not even when I go on my tiptoes. The top shelf is way too high. Just as I finish putting the chair back at the desk, I hear the worst sound in the world. The front door lock whirring open. A split second later, the door clicks open, and someone bustles in. My mind short-circuits, and for a precious moment, I just stand there, frozen, like a hamster who knows it's about to get spotted by the hawk. Then my instincts kick in and I hurry, but where to? I look around me frantically. The closet I just hid the bag in. No, it's filled with shimmery dresses and it's likely that Maureen might need something from it. The bathroom. The bed. I leap onto the floor on the far side of the room just as the bedroom door is flung open. I lie down on the carpeted floor and as the person walks in, I roll under the bed. Luckily, Maureen is apparently too distraught to hear any small noises I make as I slither under the bed. She's sniffling loudly, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The bed creaks and sags slightly as she sits down and sobs. What the hell is going on? If I didn't know Maureen was a dirty thieving liar, I would be feeling really bad for her right now. In fact, I am feeling bad for her. I don't think it's humanly possible to listen to those sobs and not feel the tiniest bit bad. As silently as I can, I pull Ogwan's phone out of my pocket and switch it to silent mode. Just in case she. And just as I think that, she does call him. Thank God for prescience. I clasp the phone to my chest, unable to bear watching her face coming up on the screen. When it goes to voicemail, Maureen utters a little cry and flings her phone across the room, where it hits the wall and thunks onto the floor. Oh. This is where she goes to pick it up and notices a whole other human in the room with her. But she doesn't. She just stays there, crying for what feels like an entire hour but is in fact only 2 minutes. I know, because I stare at Ogwan's phone the whole time. Then she goes to the bathroom, probably to wash her face. Should I take this chance to leave? But even as I think that, Maureen comes out of the bathroom and swipes her phone from the floor. I freeze, but she doesn't spot me. Her feet remain there for a while, unmoving, and I'm wondering what the heck she's doing when I realize she's either making a call or typing a text message. Sure enough, when I check Ogwan's phone, there's a new text. Maureen, 2:15 p.m, don't know why you're not picking up the phone, but everything better be ready. I'm gonna ask them to check the photographer's room. Check the photographer's room. The photographer's room. The photographer's room where A.H. Gwan's corpse is. Every single cell in my body shatters into panicky shrieks, and it takes all of my will to stop myself from leaping out from under the bed and choking her. Somehow, I manage to stay still until she leaves the bedroom. Moments later, I hear the front door slam shut. I slide out from under the bed immediately and call Ma. 1 ring. 2 rings. Come on, Ma. Hello? Thank God. I have never been so grateful to hear her voice in my life. Ma, are you still in my room? Yeah, of course. I cut mangoes and make more tea, your auntie's all eating. Mangoes? Where did she get? Never mind. I shake my head. Ma, listen, you guys need to get rid of the body now. Maureen's going to tell them to search my room for the tea ceremony gifts. I'll come back. My phone beeps with an incoming call. It's Jacqueline. Shit. Maureen's even faster than I thought. I can't come back. I'm being called by the bride, probably to go to her room. Okay, no worry, we will get rid of body, no problem. You go to bride's room, you settle everything, we settle body, no worry. Okay. She's sounding very confident for someone who's just been told at the last minute to hide a whole human corpse. Where are you going to take him? Aya, you don't worry, we got plan. Okay, bye, we going to hide Ogwan now, okay, bye, love you, bye. The call cuts off and I accept Jacqueline's incoming call. Hello? Madeline. Her voice is frantic, the edges all shrill and brittle, ready to break. Could you come to my room now? Please? Hey, yeah, sure. I swallow and say, everything okay? Aha, she says, even shriller than before. Just come to my room now, okay? I close my eyes, my stomach plummeting. So Maureen's really gone through with it. Jacqueline is probably being falsely cheerful to make sure I don't get scared away. I'll be right there. Great. Deep breath. Even though I've gotten rid of the stolen goods, as I sneak out of Maureen's room and walk down the hallway toward the bridal suite, I can't help feeling like I'm walking straight into a trap. Outside the bridal suite, I pause to gather myself. My breath keeps catching, and then I have to focus to keep inhaling and exhaling. Remember, you don't actually know that there's anything wrong. Right. For all I know, I'm here to do the family portrait or whatever. Cool. I grasp my camera protectively and nearly drop it, my palms are so sweaty. I wipe them on my pants and knock at the door. The bridal suite is filled with people, except this time the people aren't wispy bridesmaids dressed in pastels but stern-looking men in security uniforms. One of these stern-looking men opens the door, and glares down at me as I walk in, making me feel once again like a hamster, this time crawling into a hawk's nest. I smile up at him and say, "Hi, I'm here for the family portraits." I wave my camera up at him. His upper lip curls up in contempt, and he takes my arm. I look at his meaty hand on my upper arm. I look back at him. Could you not do that? I try to pull my arm away, but he only tightens his grip. Don't think you can sneak away, thief. Rob. Nathan strides out of the bedroom and hurries toward us. Stop that. Let her go. But, sir, she's the... We don't know anything yet, Nathan says. His voice turns low and dangerous, his eyes narrowing at the security guard. Let go of her arm. With one last scowl at me, Rob releases my arm. I rub at it gingerly. I swear my entire head is on fire. I've never been manhandled like that before. It happened so fast. Medi, glad you're here, Nathan says. I'm sorry about Rob. What's going on? I follow him to one side, away from the crowd of security guards stomping all over the beautiful living room. Where are all the bridesmaids? They've been asked to go back to their rooms. The bride didn't want them finding out. Finding out about what? Nathan exhales. The tea ceremony gifts, all those watches and jewelry and cash have gone missing. I manage a small gasp. Let my mouth drop open, my eyes widen, my brows rise. Do I look genuinely surprised? Nathan takes my hand, seems to remember where we are, and drops it. With another sigh, he says, and the maid of honor claims you were the one who took them. What? Am I hitting the right mix of shock and anger? Should I even be angry? Or just shocked? God, I am so bad at this. I need to stop second-guessing myself. Yes, I should definitely be mad. Why would she think that? He shakes his head. She says you were the one helping her carry the box back to the room and you saw the safe code. He lowers his voice. Look, Medi, Obviously I don't believe a word of it, I mean, Christ. But she's pushing for them to search your room, and I need to follow protocol. I understand, I say, quickly. It pains me to see his face so tortured. It's obvious he hates himself for having to tell me these things. It's totally fine. I'm okay with my room being checked. As long as my mom and aunts manage to get the body out beforehand. I should probably give them more time. Are you sure? Nathan's eyes search mine, and his are filled with so many unspoken things. Worry, anger, but most of all, need. Seeing it sparks the need churning deep inside me, and God, I can't believe we're here in this moment and I can't even touch him because of all these damn security guards. Well, and the thieving accusation against me. Keep it in your pants, Medi. Now is so not the time. I tear my gaze away. Yeah, I'm sure. Right. Let's go inside. I steel myself as Nathan leads me into the master bedroom. Inside, it's worse than I imagined. Or rather, it's just as I imagined, but worse because now it's real. I'm actually standing here, witnessing the fallout of Maureen's crime. Jacqueline is sitting at the foot of the bed in a fluffy haze of white silk and ruffles, and she's crying. Maureen sits next to her, a protective arm around Jacqueline's pale shoulders, handing her more tissues. Tom's furiously tapping on his phone at the bay window, and both sets of parents are there. Mr. Satopo is snapping at someone on the phone, and Mrs. Satopo is snapping at someone else on her phone, and Jacqueline's parents are arguing with each other. You should have come in here to make sure everything's fine after the tea ceremony. Me? You should have done that. What were you doing? It's complete and utter chaos, and everything inside me squeaks to run the hell out. But Nathan's hand is on my back, and as if he can read my thoughts, he gives me a reassuring pat. At that moment, Jacqueline glances up. Medi, she cries, standing up in a rush. She trips over her dress and would have fallen if Maureen hadn't caught her. Maureen shoots me a glare as Jacqueline hurries over and clasps my hands. Her hands are cold and trembly. Medi, she says, her gaze boring into mine. Medi, please tell me the truth. Her voice breaks in a sob. Mr. Satopo strides toward us and shouts, "There's the thief!" No. Nathan says. Calm down please, everybody. Let's hear what Medi Medellin has to say. The room goes silent, all eyes on me. Jacqueline takes in a shaky breath and says in a broken whisper, "Did you take the tea ceremony gifts?" No. The word slides out easily. The room collapses in a collective sigh, then everyone reacts at the same time. Maureen, she's lying. Mr. Satopo, of course she'd say that. Tom, come on, let's just call the cops. Jacqueline stares at me through her tears. Really? They've gone missing, Medi, and I don't know. I didn't take them. My voice comes out solid. I squeeze her hands, hoping to give myself strength, and then let my gaze travel to Maureen. She was the last one with them. I only helped to bring them here, but I left them with her. It's a strange thing, accusing someone else of a crime. Even though I know for a fact that Maureen was the culprit, even though she wants to frame me for it, it still doesn't feel great. I don't feel vindicated or anything, I just feel shitty. My insides squirm as if they're trying to crawl out of my skin, especially when Jacqueline utters a choked sob and glances at Maureen. The look on Maureen's face is equal parts fear, anger, and something else I can't quite put my finger on, but it's painful to see. It wasn't me, Maureen cries. Come on, Jackie you know me, I would never. Search her room, she's probably stashed them there. Jacqueline turns back toward me, her expression apologetic but desperate. Is that okay, Medi? I hate to do it, but... I lift my chin and meet her gaze. That's fine. I've got nothing to hide. Aside from the dead body, that is, but I'm counting on my family to take care of that part. 24. The whole entourage marches out of the bridal suite, making the spacious corridor seem cramped. Leading the charge are Tom and his dad, followed by the security team, followed by Jacqueline and Maureen, the latter's arm still wrapped tightly around the former's shoulders. Nathan and I follow behind everybody. I don't even know how to process this mess of emotions raging inside me. Anxiety, stress, and anger, and of course there's that familiar thread of whatever it is I still feel for Nathan. I ache to reach for his hand, feel the warmth of his fingers around mine. I want to fall into his arms and have him crush me in a strong embrace. But I don't do either of these things. I keep my gaze straight and my chin up, and I follow the crowd of people who seem intent on having my head on a spike. As we pass by the groom's suite, the door slides open ever so slightly, and I almost do a double take when I see fourth aunt's face behind the door, peeping out. She spots me and retreats into the room. I resume walking, my mind whirring madly. What's going on? Why is she in the groom's suite? What does it mean? Are we about to find Agwan's body still cooling in my bed? Oh my God! I take my phone out, but there are no messages. Nothing. I'm about to send a text to Ma when I realize it'll make me seem more suspicious. Plus, what if they check my phone and see that I've sent a message asking if the thing has been moved? Then they'd assume I'm talking about the stolen goods. I'm so sorry about this, Nathan murmurs. I stuff the phone back into my pocket and mutter, "Don't worry about it." My voice comes out as though from afar. I barely recognize the sound. When we get to my room, one of the security guards glances back at Nathan, who nods with a sigh. The guard takes out a master key card and swipes it across the door lock. There's the familiar whir of the lock, and he opens the door with what seems like an unnecessary flourish. This is it. The moment of truth. I step forward, but my legs have turned to water and they buckle. I've never lost control of my body like this before. Nathan's arm shoots out, and I grab it. You okay? I nod. Just tripped over the carpet. Come on, insides. I imagine them turning to iron. To steal. But then I see all these people barging into my tiny room, my little room with the dead body inside, and my muscles go all papery again. I can't go inside. I can't. I'll just wait out here. Seems pretty crowded in there. At least my voice comes out somewhat normalish. Nathan nods and I hold onto his arm, so reassuringly solid and strong, the muscles underneath his shirt tight under my palm. He leads me to the wall and I lean against it, hoping I look relaxed instead of floppy. He reaches forward, as though about to brush a stray strand of hair away from my face, but stops at the last second. Nathan, A fire burns bright in his eyes, and he takes another step toward me. Yeah? I what? My voice trails off. I love you. I haven't stopped thinking about you since college. I have a corpse inside my room that you thought was my boyfriend but actually is just some dude I killed last night. I shake my head. Nothing. The light dies away, leaving his face slack with disappointment. Guilt scratches away at me. But any moment now, those people inside my room are going to wonder why the strange man in my bed isn't waking up with all the noise around him, and then I'll go in and hurry them along. He strides into my room before I can answer. I stay put, squeezing my eyes tight, hoping that my aunts and mother came through. Footsteps rush out, and my eyelids fly open. Maureen's right in front of me, her face flushed, chest heaving. You've hidden them somewhere. You must have stashed them. I can't help but flinch away from the incandescent rage. Where did you hide them? She says. In a flash, Nathan's behind her, taking her by the shoulder and arm and pulling her away from me. That's enough, he says, and his voice, though low, has a dangerous tone to it that silences everyone, even Maureen. We've encroached on Madeline's privacy without any concrete cause and we've found nothing. Nothing. I swallow the huge lump in my throat, concentrating on not crying uncontrollably. They found nothing. Ma and the aunties have managed to get rid of the body in time after all. But she must have hidden them somewhere else. Maureen cries. Aren't the rest of the vendors her family members? Maybe we should search their rooms too. Tom frowns. True. No. The expression on Nathan's face makes me think of a tumultuous sea. We've done enough. And you should be apologizing to Madeline. Apologize to her. Maureen cries, shrilly. She looks so shocked that something inside me breaks then. And I'm suddenly filled with rage. Overflowing, really. She's taken the gifts meant for her best friend and tried to have them planted in my room when she thought she was about to be found out. She is not in a position to judge me. When I speak, the words come out as firm as a fist. I think we should check your room now, Maureen. Everybody falls quiet, all eyes crawling over to Maureen. But whatever else Maureen was about to say trails away. She's staring at me, and I don't know what it is, but she must have spotted something in my expression, something that gives it away. Her eyes go wide with shock, and her mouth closes quietly. For the first time, I see it plain as day, written across her face. Fear. She knows I've done something to thwart her plans. And with her shock, her mask slips, just a little, and Jacqueline knows her best friend well enough to understand what's just happened. Her pale shoulders stop trembling, and she stares at Maureen. Then, quiet as a feather landing in the snow, Jacqueline says, "You were the last one with the gifts." So quiet, but impossible to ignore. No, Jackie, I swear. Jacqueline turns to Nathan and says, still in that painfully quiet voice, "I'd like to see her room, please." Nathan gives a somber nod. No. Maureen cries, but it's too late. The entourage turns like the tide, unstoppable, and before I even register it, we're marching down the hallway again, with Maureen stumbling after us, pleading with us to stop. This doesn't feel good. It's definitely not something I want to celebrate, but I guess it's necessary. And when we get to room 317, I almost want to shout at them to stop, to turn around. But I stand back and let them open the door while Maureen goes back and forth between saying, "You know you won't find anything. God, what a waste of time." She must have done something, she must have arranged for something, and I feel sick to my stomach. I want to wait outside like before, but I don't want to be left alone with Maureen, so I follow everyone. Back in her room once again. I stay just inside the doorway, next to the bathroom door, as the security guards go through the room. They're being respectful, probably because their boss is here, but still it feels like such a breach of privacy. An invasion. I understand the word now. All these burly men going through the beautiful hotel room, turning over every cushion, opening every cupboard. I imagine them riffling through Maureen's luggage, their hands sorting through her underwear, and it makes me feel ill. Make them stop, Maureen begs Jacqueline. Jacqueline turns away from her, eyes downcast, and Maureen goes to Nathan. "You can't do this. I don't give my consent." "I'm sorry," he says, and I can see he's struggling too. He's not enjoying this, not one bit. Tom striding everywhere, peering over the guards' shoulders and snapping orders at them to look harder and faster. He actually says, "Look harder and faster," as if it makes one bit of goddamn sense. His eyes are alight. He looks more alive than I've seen him so far. He's not liking this, he's loving it. I decide then that I despise him. Jacqueline shouldn't be with someone so abrasive and entitled. She has a sweet disposition, whereas Tom is everything but sweet. Over time, he'll wear her down, strip her of her gentleness until only resentment remains, hard and sharp-edged. Someone inside the bedroom shouts, "Found it." I close my eyes, everything inside me sinking. That's it. It's as though a gun's been fired. Everybody shoots up to attention, and the atmosphere is electric. The guard rushes out of the bedroom carrying the duffel bag, and Tom and his father rush over, grabbing it from him. Or trying to, at least. The guard barks, "Get back, please, sir," until Nathan holds out his hand and tells the overzealous guard it's okay. The bag is handed over to Mr. Satopo, who rips it open. Jewelry spills out like glittering intestines. It looks obscene somehow. I turn away as everyone gasps. Jacqueline utters a half-sob, half-sigh. "No," Maureen moans. "No, this can't be." I need to. She fumbles with her phone, but Tom grabs it from her. "Give it back." "I think this counts as evidence," he crows. Nathan frowns. He obviously dislikes Tom as much as I do, but I don't know if Tom's right. Does her phone count as evidence? Nathan holds out his hand. "Please give me the phone. We'll hold it in our safe room, and we won't go through anything until we can get the authorities here." Reluctantly, Tom does as he's told. "Thank God we got these back," Mrs. Satopo says, bending over and stroking the pile of jewelry as if it's a baby. Jacqueline shakes her head and whispers to Maureen, "How could you?" I didn't think Maureen could look any worse, but when Jacqueline says that, Maureen's face crumples. "I didn't mean to, I just..." Nathan places a hand on Maureen's shoulder. "I think it's best if you don't say anything else for now. Let's go to my office." His tone is reassuring but firm, and I realize then that he's trying to help her. My chest tightens painfully. I want to reach out and touch him, thank him for showing some compassion. "Your office?" Tom says, with a sneer. "You can't be serious. This isn't your problem anymore, it's a criminal offense. I'm calling the cops." "No." Everyone stops and looks around in obvious confusion. Maureen and Jacqueline both shouted it at the same time. "Babe," Tom says, taking Jacqueline's hand, "you don't understand." "I do," she says quietly. "And I don't want to press charges." Maureen sucks in a breathy gasp. "Thank you." "Okay, that's just crazy talk." Tom lets go of Jacqueline's hand and does this totally humorless laugh. "I mean, I know she's your friend or whatever, but she stole from us. And our friendship is over because of it. But we've found the gifts now, and I just want to move past it, put it behind us." Tom snorts, an ugly sound. "Okay, babe, I don't think you're thinking straight right now. Maybe you're all confused 'cause it's the wedding day, but this is a serious crime. We found the gifts. What more do you want?" Jacqueline snaps. "Well, you know what? I hate to say this, but the gifts were mostly from my relatives, so I think I get to decide what happens to the thief who tried to steal them." "What?" The word comes out poisonous. I'm pretty sure no one in the room is breathing, and honestly, wow. Tom Cruise Satopo, going even lower than the very low bar I set for him. He must have felt the tide turning against him, because he sputters, hesitates before he decides to push on. "I just mean, Pa, help me out here. Talk some sense into her." Mr. Satopo takes a few steps forward and places a hand on his son's arm. "Come on, son. I think it's best to let it go." Yes, Mrs. Satopo says, like we always tell you, whenever possible, choose to be generous. So be generous now. She turns to Nathan and says, thank you, the matter is done. We won't be pressing charges. Nathan nods, ignoring the wail of complaint from Tom. Thank you, Jackie, Maureen sobs. I'm so sorry. I want you to leave, Jacqueline says, still in that very calm voice. I don't want to see you ever again. Is that okay? She asks Nathan. Is there a yacht available? I'll make arrangements. Nathan nods at one of the guards, who escorts Maureen, still weeping, out of the room. I'm sorry for all the trouble. Is there anything else I can do for you? Jacqueline shakes her head, and we all leave the room, deep in our own troubled thoughts. 25. Outside, Jacqueline's mom checks her watch and says, oh my God, it's almost time for the ceremony. But what about the family portraits? Mr. Satopo says. No time. We can do them after the ceremony, maybe? Mrs. Satopo gives me a questioning glance, and I nod. Yeah, definitely, we can squeeze them in then, I say in the most reassuring tone of voice I can manage. I just got a storm warning headed our way, Mr. Satopo says, looking at his phone. I hope it doesn't hit us during the ceremony. That'll be a bit of bad luck, eh? It'll be fine, Nathan says, quickly. We've got the ballroom set up in case it starts to rain. Good. Okay, we need to go and touch up your makeup for the ceremony, Jacqueline's mom says. Madeline, can you call your auntie and ask her to meet us at the bridal suite? Sure. I take out my phone and dial second aunt's number while everybody else rushes off to prep for the ceremony. Why is she taking so long to pick up? Noise floods through the receiver. Hello? Medi? Second aunt's practically shouting. Second aunt? Where are you? I do, Medi. Got a bit problem. Oh no. My chest tightens, and my free hand clenches into a fist. No, whatever it is, please don't let it be too bad. I've just handled one crisis, can't I have a break? It's a struggle to keep my voice level. What is it? Well, you see. Well. Hard to explain whose fault, you know. Because nobody telling anybody what anybody do, so then everybody doing everything. Second aunt, you're killing me. Please just tell me what's happened. Well, hard to explain. Could I be any more frustrated? Pretty sure I'm so freaking anxious and annoyed right now I could choke a horse. Though I wouldn't. But I could. Second aunt. Well, no matter, nothing can do. What you call me for? I shake my head a little, trying to clear it of the angry fog. Deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Focus on the wedding, on poor Jacqueline. And anyway, I can always ask Ma what the hell's going on. Ma can never keep a secret from me. The bride needs you to touch up her makeup before the ceremony. Okay. I go there now. As soon as she hangs up, I scroll through my contacts to dial Ma's number, but someone clears his throat, interrupting me. Nathan. Oh no, how long has he been there? What has he heard? What have I said? Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. No, you didn't. He did. Can I help? What? He frowns. I wince. This is what happens when I try to speak while frantically rifling through my conversation with second aunt for anything incriminating. Sorry, I meant, did you need something? Did that come out too brusque? I wanted to apologize for Nathan gestures around him with a sigh. You know. Everything that just happened. I tried to dissuade them from searching your room. I know that was a real intrusion. Everything inside me melts. Thank you for saying that. I know you did everything you could. But it's okay, I didn't mind, and it all got sorted out in the end, so. I love you. I'm still in love with you. Focus. Sweet as his being, I can't let myself get too distracted right now. I need to call Ma and find out what's going on. Anyway. Where's your boyfriend right now? My what now? Nathan takes a deep breath, obviously trying not to show that he's feeling a bit hurt by whatever he's about to say. Your boyfriend? The guy who was in your room before. Everything that just melted inside me moments ago freezes into sharp points. Shit. Step. Carefully. Oh, he went for a walk around the resort, I say, weakly. Oh God, he must think I'm the biggest asshole ever, having kissed him twice and then telling him I have a boyfriend. Arg. Really? That's interesting. His handsome face is unreadable. Only I took a look at the yacht passenger list, and he's not listed as a passenger when you came to the island. That's yeah. Aha. Think. Quickly. That's because he's actually one of the staff members. I blurt out. My mind struggles to keep up with my mouth, going over the words. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, he's actually not my boyfriend, he's sort of a one-night stand. Or a one-morning stand, if you will. I give what sounds like the world's fakest laugh. So one of my staff members left his post to have a thing with you, and then took a nap in your room. I've got to tell you, as his employer, I'm not very pleased to hear that. Can this possibly get any worse? I don't want to get anyone in trouble, I warble. He wasn't asleep for very long, we'd just Nathan sighs, his broad shoulders sagging a tad. I know. I'm probably just letting my jealousy get in the way. Honestly, it's fine. You're both consenting adults. It's been a bit of a day, that's all. I'm so sorry. I know, how I mean every word of that. I can't even describe just how sorry I am about everything. A small smile flickers across his face, turning it into the Nathan I know and love. If I could just reach out and kiss him. No, don't apologize. It's okay. The crisis is over. I should go. Make sure everything's running smoothly for the ceremony. Right, yeah. I'll see you around. See you, Mehdi. Just the sound of my name coming out in that low, rich tone is enough to send a shiver down my spine. I watch him leave, and then I shake my head to clear it once more. I've been doing a lot of that today. It's hard for my mind to keep up with all the crazy that's going on today. I take out my phone once more and call Ma. Hello, Mehdi. In the background, people are hooting and laughing loudly. Ma, what's going on? Got small problem. Very small. Something crashes and breaks from her end. It sounds large. What's happening? Adu is your fourth aunt, La. She never tell anyone. She just come here. She give them that drink, abstinence. Abstinence? For a blissful second, I'm confused. Then the penny drops, and horror floods in. Absinthe? She gave who absinthe? All of our. Ma? Do not listen to your mom. Is this fourth aunt? Is that you? Yes, of course, who else would it be? Please tell me what's going on. Who did you give absinthe to? Okay, that's not exactly true. I mean, yes, I did bring some absinthe, but your mother brought her usual Chinese medicine crap, she hisses, her voice coming out triumphant. I can practically see her and Ma glaring each other to death. Something else crashes behind her and she yells, "Hey! Stop it! Animals!" Her Chinese medicine crap, I echo. I don't understand. Well, it's not actually a bad thing, I guess. Look, don't worry too much, it's for the best. An alarm goes off, and it's not just the ones going nuts in my head. I look at my phone. Shit. It's the alert for me to be at the pool for the ceremony. I've got to go. Please what? I've got to go. I hang up and rush off to Jacqueline's room. As always, it's in chaos, though now the burly guards have been replaced once again with the bridesmaids. Jacqueline's makeup has been retouched and she looks flawless, no traces of the ugly incident with Maureen on her face except for the tiny tremor that flickers across her chin once in a while. When she sees me, she smiles. "Girls, can I have a minute with Mehdi, please?" Second aunt, who's fluttering around Jacqueline, adding little invisible finishing touches to her hairdo, glances at me and gives me a look. I have no idea what the look is supposed to convey. I'm dying to pull her aside and shake her until she tells me what's going on, but instead, I watch her leave the bedroom with the bridesmaids. Once they're all gone, Jacqueline sighs. "Mehdi, I'm so sorry." "What, why?" "The whole thing about the tea ceremony gifts and searching your room. I feel awful about it." "Ah, right. Yeah, no, don't worry about that, please. I'm just sorry that you had to go through all that stressful stuff." She clasps my hands. Maureen was so sure that you'd taken it. I still can't believe she did that." A choked sob escapes, and she looks up at the ceiling and blinks furiously to stop her tears from falling. I grab a piece of paper from the table and fan at her face. She's my best friend, has been for over 10 years. I still can't. Her eyes glisten, the tears threatening to drop and ruin all of second aunt's hard work. "It's okay," I say, hurriedly. "Let's not think about that right now. You'll have all the time in the world after the wedding to go over everything." I couldn't even tell any of my friends because they're all my bridesmaids, and Tom said if any of them knew, we'd lose face, because it shows that I was stupid enough to get duped by my own maid of honor. So I've just been sitting here, dying to talk to someone about it, someone who understands. "I get it. But you're not stupid. Seriously, Tom. What the actual fuck? You really aren't. Nobody saw it coming." She sniffles. "Thank you. You look so radiant. Your pictures are going to turn out beautifully." "Really?" She brightens a little. "Yeah. Easily the most beautiful bride I've photographed. And definitely my favorite client. Well, top 5 anyway." She laughs. "Top 5? Not even top 3? I wrinkle my nose. "Maybe top 10. We grin at each other, then I help her up, brushing lint off the front of her poofy dress. "You're a vision." I check my phone for the time. I've got to take position at the venue. "I'll see you there, Jacqueline. You'll be amazing." I give her hands another squeeze before leaving. In the living room of the bridal suite, I look around for second aunt, but she's nowhere to be found. Damn it. I rush down the hallway, into the open air, and revel in the fresh ocean breeze. The wedding ceremony has been arranged to take place on the water. Literally on the water, the resort is built in the shape of a semicircle, with the huge, sprawling building gently curving around a giant infinity pool. A stage has been built right on top of the pool, so it looks like it's floating. Rows upon rows of flowers adorn the sides of the aisle, and bowls of flowers with lanterns in the middle float serenely on the pool's surface. The whole setup is breathtaking. There are 2,000 seats set up around the infinity pool, and they're all full. Ironically, 2,000 is on the smaller side for a Chinese-Indonesian wedding. In Jakarta, the average middle-class wedding would have over 3,000 attendees. The guests look happy, which is a relief. I suppose none of them knows of the mishaps that have happened behind the scenes. For all they know, this amazing wedding is going off without a hitch. I look around for Ma and my aunts, but they're nowhere to be seen. Seb waves to me from a distance, and I give him a thumbs up. He'll be covering the whole ceremony from afar with his 18 to 200mm. Taking a deep breath, I attach my 35mm lens to my first camera and the 24 to 70mm lens to my second camera and get to work, capturing pictures of the entire scene as well as close-ups of as many details as I can get without being too obtrusive. Then the music begins and the MC's voice booms out over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to greet the parents of the groom. Tiffany chairs scrape back as the guests get to their feet. Mr. and Mrs. Sutopo, everyone, the MC says, as Tom's parents walk down the aisle, smiling and waving to their family and friends. I nimbly step to one side of the aisle, making sure not to fall into the swimming pool, and take pictures of them. Behind them are the groomsmen. Let's give them a round of I'm adjusting my shutter speed when the MC's faltering voice catches my attention, and I look up to see the first groomsman turn the corner and walk down the aisle. Or rather, lurch down the aisle. He's visibly stumbling, his shirt half untucked. My insides cramp up sickeningly. The second groomsman isn't faring any better, and neither is the third. A round of applause for the groomsmen, everyone, the MC's voice comes again, a tone of uneasiness in it. Lukewarm clapping starts up, and then murmurs start as the fourth and fifth groomsmen stumble down the aisle drunkenly, laughing, their arms around each other. The MC keeps up a cheerful chatter, trying to drown out the murmur, and then the sixth, seventh, and eighth groomsmen come out, and it's even worse because one of them is so drunk that he's unable to stay on his feet. The other two guys are practically carrying him, the points of his shoes trailing across the carpet of fake petals. The rest of the groomsmen file in rowdily, hooting and swaying at the now silent crowd. I have no idea what to do aside from continue taking pictures of them. I suppose, for once, this isn't my problem to fix, which is a nice thought to. Oh my God. As the groomsmen take their place at the altar, I'm now close enough to see that the eighth groomsman, the one that I thought was too drunk to walk, the one who was being carried by the others. The eighth groomsman is Ogwan. Part 3. Black Diamond. Girl gets boy. Or tries to, anyway. It's tricky because there's a corpse and everything. 26. I won't scream. I won't. This is fine. It's absolutely not a problem. Yep. I can handle this. Who can't handle a little problem like a fucking corpse propped up on the altar like some macabre puppet in front of 2,000 people? I am totally fine. Totally. I think I'm going to throw up. Or faint. Or spontaneously combust. What the hell is going on? Why did they bring him out? I study the two groomsmen propping Ogwan up. Since I'm only a few feet away from them, I can see that behind their sunglasses, they're drunk AF. All 12 of the groomsmen are. They're all swaying on their feet and giggling and pointing in random directions, and none of them seems to know what the hell's going on. Can absinthe have such a dramatic effect on people? Just how much did fourth aunt give them? Sweat trickles down the back of my neck. I need to do something. These guys aren't going to stay on their feet for long, and once they go down, there's no telling what'll happen with Ogwan's body. I look around and try to catch the wedding planner's eye without calling too much attention to myself, but it's useless. She's behind the crowd, overseeing her various staff members, probably coordinating the bridal party's entrance in time with the music. And now, here he is, the MC booms, getting back into his rhythm after the interruption of the groomsmen, the man of the hour, the handsome groom, Tom Cruise Satopo. Snapping out of my panic, I raise my camera and capture the moment as Tom swaggers down the aisle with a smug smile. Each time I press the trigger to take a photo, I want to laugh hysterically. Why am I still bothering to do my job? There is a literal corpse on the altar. Things can't possibly get any worse than they are right now. Still, somehow, through my panic, I keep taking photo after photo, even adjusting the shutter speed in between pictures. Here's Tom looking smug, here's another of Tom looking even smugger, here's yet another one of Tom, looking nice in his suit but also smug. And the whole time, Agwan's body is only a few feet away from me. It's as though I can feel the coldness of his aura creeping up my back. I have to keep stopping myself from turning around and looking at him. As Tom nears the altar, his smile wavers. He's spotted his groomsmen. He tries his best to keep the smirk on his face, but his eyes flash as he takes in their rumpled tuxedos, their sunglasses, and their unsteadiness. He takes his spot next to them. "What the fuck, guys," he says, his lips still stretched in a fake smile. "Seriously, what the fuck?" The groomsman next to Tom turns to stare at him, mouth agape. It takes a few moments before his brain apparently catches up and he says, "Were?" "Unfucking believable," Tom mutters. "You guys are in so much trouble." I swallow. Tom's only separated from Agwan's body by 7 groomsmen. He's so close to him. When he leans forward to look down the scraggly line of groomsmen, my heart squeezes like a fist and I very nearly pass out. But all Tom does is sneer and shake his head at them before straightening back up. The music winds down to a pause and the MC says, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the bridal party." Pachelbel's Canon in D major starts playing, and the first bridesmaid comes out. With all eyes on her, I'm the only one who spots the first groomsman's head bobbing down slowly before jerking back up. Oh no. He looks like he's about to fall asleep. I inch closer to Tom. When I'm within whispering distance, I say, "Tom, I think we need to dismiss your groomsmen." He glances at me like I'm an irritating fly, and scoffs. "Right, and be groomsmen less on my ceremony like some fucking loser." Not happening. Look at them. They can barely stay on their feet. I nod toward the groomsmen, at least 3 of whom are swaying more dramatically. Shit, one of them's holding Agwan up. If he falls. If they fall over, it'll make such a huge scene, I hiss, my voice rising with panic. It'll ruin everything. Like my life, for example. A flicker of uncertainty crosses Tom's face, but then he lifts his chin, his jaw working into a stubborn clench, and says, "If they fall over, I'm gonna sue the shit out of them." Sue them? How does his twisted little mind even work? Sue his own friends? I mean, sure, from his point of view, his friends have let him down majorly, but still, that's not a good reason to let this go on and ruin his own wedding. Talk about cutting off your own nose to spite your face. Also, with a twist of guilt in my guts, it hits me that it's not even really the groomsmen's fault. Fourth aunt was the one who got them drunk out of their minds. I need to fix this, but how? I take out my phone and dial the WP's number. A round of applause for our gorgeous bridesmaids, the MC announces, his voice dripping with obvious relief that none of the bridesmaids, so far, seem drunk. "Hello?" Madeline, the wedding planner says. "What is it? Aren't you on duty? We need to get these groomsmen off the stage." She sighs. "Yeah, they seem really drunk, the shitheads. I don't know how we can do that without stopping everything, though. The fourth bridesmaid's already walking down the aisle. I'm running out of time. Ask the MC to announce it, make it seem like it was the plan all along to have just the bride and groom on stage. Have him be like, and now the bridal party will leave so the groom and the bride can have the stage to themselves. Ha! That could work. Yeah. Good idea. I'll let him know. God, those fuckers, they look like they're about to fall over. She hangs up and I release my breath. Please, please let it work. Let the groomsmen hold it together long enough to get off the stage. Of course, once they're off the stage, I have no idea what's going to happen with Ogwan, but one step at a time. When the last bridesmaid has taken her position at the altar, there's an expectant hush. In Chinese Indonesian weddings, by the time the ceremony starts, the groom and close family members would have seen the bride, but the rest of the wedding guests have not. The MC shouts, and now? The moment you've all been waiting for. Here comes our beautiful bride, Jacqueline Wijoya. Everyone oohs and ahs as Jacqueline, flanked by her parents, rounds the corner and walks gracefully down the aisle. She looks like a fairy queen. Her dress billows gently in the wind, making her look ethereal, and behind the sheer lace veil, her face is radiant. But as I zoom in and take pictures of her, I see that her smile is forced, her chin trembling slightly. Tant Johanna says something to her, and she gives a small nod. In the distance, I can see the wedding planner running to the MC and whispering something to him. He frowns and shakes his head. My heart sinks. He's refusing to make the announcement for the bridal party to leave the stage. The wedding planner says something else, gesturing wildly, and the MC looks over at the stage, wincing when his gaze lands on the groomsmen. Jacqueline arrives at the stage, embraces both her parents, and then turns to face Tom, who smirks at her. And here we are, the bride and groom. Oh, what a lovely couple, the MC says. Before the ceremony begins, will all the bridesmaids and groomsmen please leave the altar so that the bride and groom can have some privacy? A murmur ripples through the crowd, and Jacqueline and Tom turn around in confusion. What the hell's going on? Tom says. I walk over to them as discreetly as I can and say, I think it's for the best. The groomsmen look ill. You don't want them to cause a scene during the ceremony. Jacqueline's eyes widen as she notices the groomsmen in their disheveled state for the first time. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, tell them to go. No. Tom snaps. They're my groomsmen, I get to decide what to do with them, and I say they stay. They're not things, Tom, Jacqueline hisses. Look at them, they're a mess. They need to go lie down. She leans over and raises her voice. Yes, thank you all so much for being here. The ceremony's going to run pretty long, so you guys can take a seat. She gestures at her bridesmaids to leave as well. The bridesmaids start walking back toward the aisle, but the groomsmen continue swaying in their spots until Jacqueline nods to one of the bridesmaids. She walks across the stage and takes the first groomsman by the hand, apparently intending to lead him down the aisle. No! Don't any of you dare move, Tom barks, loud enough for the guests in the front to hear. They shift and look at one another, and the murmur gets louder. You're not being reasonable, Jacqueline says. Go on, she says to the bridesmaid, take them out of here. The bridesmaid does as she's told, looping her hand through the groomsman's arm and gripping it tight with her other hand, staggering a little when the groomsman sways and rests some of his weight on her. Stop, Tom says, but it's too late. All the bridesmaids, who obviously despise him, have rallied around and are helping the groomsmen off the stage. No, wait. It all happens in slow motion. I see Tom reaching out desperately, angrily, grabbing anything he can reach. I see it unfold so slowly, as though he's moving underwater, or in a dream. Or a nightmare, rather. Because right then, the nearest man to Tom is groomsman number 7. One of the guys holding up Ogwan. My mouth drops open, and a no comes out, low and slow and much too late. Tom grabs the groomsman, jerking him backward, and in his inebriated state, groomsman number 7 tumbles over like a bowling pin. Groomsman number 6, who's propping up Ogwan's other arm, stumbles too, his feet staggering across the stage until he reaches the edge and falls with a dramatic splash into the infinity pool. Without any support, Ogwan falls down onto the stage floor like a log. I'm going to be sick. This is so bad, it can't be happening. People are screaming. More groomsmen have fallen into the water and oh god, they're too drunk to swim. Save them, someone screams. There are more shouts, but I can't make any of them out. The world is a blur of noise and movement. Several of the guests take off their jackets and plunge into the water. Nathan is running from the back of the ceremony, where he must have been standing, overseeing the proceedings. His security guards run ahead of him and jump into the water. Reality comes rushing back and I realize that in the chaos, no one's noticed the body. Ogwan still lies on the stage, undisturbed while people clamber everywhere. This is my chance. I've got to get him out of here. I grab his arm and I don't hesitate, not one bit. I put all of my strength into it, and the adrenaline coursing through my veins propels me up, 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 and before I know it, I'm standing, Ogwan's arm flung across my shoulders. I grip his waist tight, not even grimacing a little at the fact that I'm holding a dead man, not giving my brain that space to freak out, and take a step forward. And another. I can do this. I can walk him out of here. Oh God, he's completely passed out, Jacqueline says, rushing forward. No. No, no. It's okay. I cry. Let me help. She's reaching for his other arm. Her fingers brush his hand. His cold, stiff, dead hand. The expression on her face freezes. Wait. No. Instinct overtakes me and I shove her aside. I can't let her find out. Not beautiful, pristine Jacqueline, not like this, not. She stumbles back, eyes wide, and before I know it, she topples over the aisle and splashes straight into the water. 27. For the first time in my life, I don't hesitate. There isn't even a split second of what do I do now. The moment Jacqueline crashes into the pool, I drop all of my precious camera gear and go in after her. We're in the deep end. The pool is about 7 feet deep here, and all that tulle, the frothy layers of lace, they look light and airy, but on land alone the whole thing weighs over 15 pounds. Underwater, her dress might as well be metal armor. I catch her arms and pull up, but it's like trying to move an anvil. I don't even have time to think, oh my God, she might drown. I yank up, my legs going kick, kick, kick frantically. Somehow, we both break the surface of the water. Jacqueline draws in a desperate, wheezing gasp before my strength gives out and we both go back down. My lungs are screaming, my chest is on fire, and my muscles are water. I kick again, but my legs are so feeble. Bubbles froth around us all of a sudden. Feet and legs spear down. Bodies dive in. Hands reach out and catch us, wrapping around our arms with vice-like grips, and before I know it, I'm breaking the surface for the second time. Air rushes in, clear and sharp and painful. I try to gulp it in. Cough, maybe throw up a little, try to breathe again. Easy, easy, it's okay, a low voice says. My eyes keep rolling back in my head and I feel like I might pass out at any moment, but still, somehow, I recognize the voice and the arm wrapped around my chest, keeping me buoyant. Nathan, I say. Or try to say, rather. It comes out as a choked gurgle. Jacqueline. Save Jacqueline. She's okay, she's okay. The lifeguards got her. Sure enough, a few feet to my right, there are two lifeguards helping Jacqueline. They've thrown a float around her and are heading to the side of the pool. My relief is short-lived. I glance up at the stage, where about half of the bridal party is still struggling to rush off, and as though the entire universe has been waiting for me to look, it's at this moment that one of the bridesmaids, in her hurry to run off the stage, trips over Ogwan's prone body. She falls heavily. Even from where I'm wading in the water, I can hear the thud. Nearly there, Nathan says reassuringly, but I barely register it. The bridesmaid scrambles up, her face a mask of horror. As she stands, she accidentally kicks Ogwan. He doesn't move, merely lies there like a sack of potatoes. Her mouth drops open. Her shriek pierces through my entirety, stabbing through all of the chaos and panic of the crowd. He's dead. They don't hear her at first. Not most of the crowd, anyway. They're all too focused on the spectacle that is Jacqueline. Phones have been whipped out, all of them aimed at the frothy white mass being tugged to the side of the pool by muscled lifeguards. But then another bridesmaid comes to help the first one up. He's dead, the first one screams again. What? That guy? He's dead. The second bridesmaid looks at Ogwan. Sticks out a hand, her face disbelieving. Yo, dude. She pokes him. And then she rears back, her face a mask of horror. She doesn't shout, but when her mouth moves, I can see clearly what she says. Shit. He's dead. The hotel's security team is doing their best to keep the peace, but it's next to impossible to keep the peace when 2,000 privileged guests have just discovered a dead body. There are screams, dramatic gasps, even more dramatic swoons, and a lot of demands to speak to the person in charge. The person in charge is Nathan, and he's currently giving orders to have the altar cordoned off and the guests to be escorted back to their rooms while he calls the sheriff's office. Someone's wrapped a towel around me, which I quickly soak through, drenched as I am in my clothes. The previously warm sea breeze has turned cold. The storm is coming, and the wind bites through my wet towel and clothes like a knife. I shiver. I should go inside, but I can't bring myself to leave, not when the dead body of the man I killed is right in the middle of everything and there are thousands of people around me pointing and shouting. Nathan's striding everywhere, giving orders into his walkie-talkie. He's also drenched, but he doesn't seem to notice. He stations 2 guards to block anyone with morbid curiosity, which as it turns out is everyone here, from getting down the aisle. Even though the guests seem horrified, they also seem fascinated, hopelessly drawn to the dead body. Mehdi! I very nearly cry when I turn to see Ma and my aunties rushing through the crowd. Even as I watch, Big Aunt elbows a tall man out of the way to make room for Ma and the other aunties. Love swells through my heart. My bossy, loud, overwhelming family is here. Everything is well. It's unlikely that anything would be okay, but at least I won't be going through it alone. Ma finally squeezes out of the crowd, and I rush to greet her with a hug. She's never been a hugger, but I don't care, not right now. I just want to smell her scent. For one fleeting, precious moment, I catch the smell of home freshly laundered clothes and a hint of fish sauce and I breathe it all in, taking strength from it. Mehdi, you okay? How? What happened? My aunties cluck around us. Adu, why is the body there? I don't know, I am surrounded by people. Let's get out of here first. Together, we cut a path through the crowd, my aunts elbowing chests and stomping on feet whenever they need to, and sometimes even when they don't need to, until we're well away from the crowd and round the side of the main resort building. There's no one here. I guess everyone who's in the vicinity has followed the noise and energy of the crowd to satisfy their curiosity. Still, we all look around for a few moments to make sure we're completely alone. Okay, so. I take a deep breath. I have no idea how Ogwan ended up on the altar. Do any of you know what happened? Am I surprised when my family members look down guiltily for a moment's breath before they all point at each other and say, it's her fault? I mean, I guess I am, but also not really. Okay. Another deep breath. Let's see. Big Aunt is glaring at Second Aunt, who's pointing an accusatory finger at Big Aunt. Ma and Fourth Aunt are both pointing at each other. Right. So, nothing new, then. Why do you think it's each other's fault? I hold my hands up. Wait, one person at a time. Big Aunt, you go first. Why her first? Second Aunt demands. I shrug. I don't know, 'cause she's the eldest. Isn't that how the rules go? Anyway, we don't have all day, so. Big Aunt. What happened from your point of view? Big Aunt shoots Second Aunt one last magnificent glare before dragging her gaze to mine. Her face softens, and she begins telling her story in rapid Mandarin. I went back to the kitchen to look for a waiter's uniform for our Guan. There are so many waiters and other sorts of servers around, I thought it would be the perfect disguise. It's a good idea, right? It takes a moment before I realize she's actually expecting an answer, and I hurriedly nod. Yes, very good idea. So I made sure to be extra careful. I went to the locker room and checked that no one was inside, and then I looked inside the lockers one by one and aha. I found one. A waiter's uniform. I even got his shoes. I remembered, you see, that Ogwan didn't have shoes on. I'm all about the details, you know, because of my work, she adds with obvious pride. It takes a moment for me to work out all the Mandarin words, and when I do, I say, yes, you are very detailed, Big Aunt. So you found a waiter's uniform, but why is Ogwan not wearing it? Exactly. Why he not wearing it? You ask her. Big Aunt says triumphantly, switching to English and pointing a finger straight at Second Aunt's face. God, she's good. Now that she's done telling her part, she's switched to English to goad Second Aunt into relaying her story in English too. You take so long. Second Aunt says, rising to the bait. And I know you will make mistake, forget this and that. Already you make such big mess of everything. Why I should stay there and wait for you to make more mistake, I ask myself. Why? No. This time, I will take charge. I have to go to groom's suite because groom and groomsmen want hair done, so okay, I go. Inside, I see, Wadu, got so many of them. So many. And all their groomsmen clothes just lying around, and these silly boys all drinking and not pay any attention, so I think, aha. This is perfect disguise. Got so many groomsmen here, who will notice one extra one? So when they're not looking, I take a set and I rush back to room. If it makes you feel any better, your mother and I helped to put the groomsmen's clothes on him, Fourth Aunt pipes up. How's that even remotely supposed to make me feel any better? Ma must have read the look on my face, because she says, we are always listening to Big Aunt. She turns to Big Aunt and adds, Diajia, you always give very good advice, but this time we think maybe give Ajia a chance, since she come back with the groomsman uniform so fast. I slap my forehead. It's not about who to listen to, it's about assessing who has the best plan. Big Aunt nods smugly. Well, at the time, it seemed like dressing him up as a groomsman was the best plan, Fourth Aunt says. I mean no offense to you, Second Aunt, but it's a terrible idea. What about the poor groomsman you guys stole the suit from? Where is he? Probably snoring, dead drunk, in a closet someplace, Fourth Aunt says with a wave of her hand. But. Stop interrupting, Fourth Aunt says. Anyway, so we dressed him up as a groomsman and decided that while everyone's busy getting ready for the ceremony, we'd try to get rid of him then. So we each take one arm and then we carry him out the room, Ma says. We think maybe we can carry him to the back garden, leave him there on the bench, then we'll take long time before people find him. Nobody go to back garden, right? This is not a well thought out plan, I moan. It is very well thought out. How will anyone know we have something to do with Groom Man dead body? Ma cries. I open and close my mouth, but no words come out. But halfway to back garden, you all come to hallway on your way to look for tea ceremony present, second aunt says. We panic. Wadu, what if they see us with body? So we quickly hide behind room service cart. Oh God. This is getting worse by the second. It was an awesome room service cart. It had all these bottles of champagne in it, fourth aunt says. Which gave me an idea. I ran back to my room and got a bottle of absinthe. Why do you have a bottle of absinthe? I can't keep the shock out of my voice. Yes, why do you have bottle of absinthe? Ma says, the world's most judgmental smile dancing on her lips. I'm an entertainer. Fourth aunt snaps. None of you understands the amount of energy we need to have to even get ourselves out on stage, and then afterward, we need something to help us come down. You should be grateful my drug of choice is just a shot of absinthe. Most other entertainers go with Coke. Coke got so much sugar, big aunt sniffs. Better drink Coke Zero, otherwise later you get diabetes. She means cocaine, never mind. So then what happened? I got the absinthe and we carried the body to the groomsmen's suite. I just burst in there and went, you boys ready to party, while waving the bottle around. The groomsmen were like, wow, beautiful girl and alcohol. I think they only noticed the alcohol, Ma mutters. They were whistling. At the alcohol. Okay, I whisper shout over them. Then what happened? Well, I used my womanly wiles to lead them to the far side of the living room, and while we opened the bottle and poured shots for everyone, your mother and second aunt carried the body inside and put him in one of the bedrooms. Everything went smoothly, and then your mother had one of her crazy ideas. Not crazy, Ma huffs. I just want to make sure they not so alert. Because if they so alert, if they find out too early that there is dead body in the bedroom, then that will be very bad. Ma, just tell me, what did you do? I see many bottles of champagne in their kitchen, so I open one or two and I put some. I take a deep breath. Be strong, self. I don't know. What did you put in the bottles? Just Chinese medicine, very good for health. It's weed, fourth aunt says, triumphantly. What? Good grief, I don't even know where to begin. There's the fact that my mother has drugged a dozen groomsmen. Or maybe the fact that my mother carries around a stash of marijuana with her. What in the actual F? No, it is traditional Chinese medicine, Ma huffs. Spare me from yet another round of sibling rivalry. Traditional Chinese medicine doesn't include marijuana. I almost scream, but at the last minute remember to lower my voice. No, original recipe call for a type of fungus, it is called Dong Chong Shia Cow, Ma admits. But what, Dong Chong Shia Cow so expensive? So I look everywhere for substitute, and then someone on internet tell me there is this very good herb, called tetrahydrocandoil. Very good for pain. She means tetrahydronaban, fourth aunt says. Fleetingly, I wonder if she's memoized what THC stands for just for this moment. THC? Ma, that's the active ingredient in marijuana. Oh my God. No, this one is different. This herb is very good for blood flow. You know how winter really affect my bones, very bad, so painful, these are helping me. It has a bit of side effect, make me feel a bit woozy. They get you high, fourth aunt says. No high, just a bit woozy. I close my eyes. So between the two of you, those poor groomsmen got drunk and high. You could have killed them. Adieu, touch wood, don't say such bad luck thing, second aunt says, knocking on a nearby tree. Don't say such bad luck thing. I cry, torn between laughing and crying. I mean, it's a bit late for that, don't you think? TCH, ma tuts, don't be rude, Medi. I raise you better than that. This is unreal. Another deep gulp of air. Right, so you guys drugged the groomsmen, and then? And then we leave, that is all, Ma says. When we leave they all still happy, all laughing. But how did Agwan end up on the altar? My aunts and mom shrug, but I don't need them to answer. I can piece it together by now. I see it so clearly in my mind's eye. One of the groomsmen would have gotten a call from a panicky WP, asking where the hell are they, the ceremony's starting soon. They would have scrambled to get dressed. The room would have been spinning, they would have been stumbling everywhere, and then one of them maybe went in the bedroom to get something and saw Agwan in bed. I watch it unfold like a movie in my mind. He totters to Agwan and nudges him. Figures that maybe Agwan had passed out, and in his absinthe marijuana-addled mind, he thinks the best course of action is to drag Agwan to the ceremony. He calls the others inside to help, and one other groomsman appears. Together, they lug Agwan out of bed, laughing over what a lightweight he is. The floor tips under their feet and they nearly fall, but it's all part of the fun. They no longer even know which side is up. And that's how a corpse ended up on the altar. 28. The minute Ma and my aunties finish filling me in on what's happened behind the scenes, they erupt into argument with a flurry of Mandarin, Indonesian, and English. Big aunt, Tukan? You see, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. Second aunt, ha. You're just jealous because for once, I take control of the situation, we're not just following you around like zombies. Ma, why did you give them so much absinthe? They're not drunkards, like you. Fourth aunt, excuse me, it's not my fault if the groomsmen can't hold their alcohol. And also, I wasn't the one who drugged them. This is so typical of them. Big aunt and second aunt with their rivalry, Ma and fourth aunt with their jealousy. I can't take another second of it, so while they argue with one another, I stalk off. As though to reflect our mood, the wind's picked up and is howling like a grieving widow. It snatches at my ponytail, whipping it into my face. Up to this point, the adrenaline has rendered me oblivious to my surroundings, but now, I realize that I'm freezing in my wet clothes. My teeth are actually chattering, and each breath I take makes my jaw clack. I hug the towel around me tight and walk toward the infinity pool. I'm dreading the sight of what was going on while I took stock with my family, but I have to. I have to know. I'm half expecting the scene to be crawling with cops, to hear the wail of sirens and see the red and blue lights flashing. But when I get there, the place is almost devoid of people. The hotel's security team is ushering the last remaining guests away from the site, telling everyone in stern voices to go back to their rooms and stay put. Jacqueline and Tom, thank God, are nowhere to be seen. I check my phone and see half a dozen messages from Seb, telling me he's been ordered to go back to his room. My heart skips a beat when I spot Nathan on the stage, his tall profile silhouetted against the stormy sky. He's staring down at the body, and from my vantage point, it's impossible to see the expression on his face. His back is straight, but his head is bowed as though he's deep in thought. Miss, please, you need to return to your room, a guard says. Nathan turns and sees me. No, she's fine, she's with me, he calls out, hurrying toward us. Just as I'm about to walk to him, voices are raised, and I turn around to see the sheriff I'd seen earlier that morning shouldering past a couple of the hotel's security guards. "Coming through," he says pompously. "Sheriff coming through." When he gets near me, he places a meaty hand on my shoulder, even though the path is wide enough for the two of us, and pushes me aside like I'm a shopping cart in his way. "Step aside, Sheriff coming through," he says in that self-important voice that makes me want to punch him. Instead, I watch wordlessly as he swaggers down the aisle toward Nathan. I step closer, not close enough that they'd tell me to go away, but just close enough to hear what they're saying. It's not hard to hear the sheriff, even over the howl of the wind, he's practically bellowing every word. "Knew something bad was gonna happen," he says by way of greeting. "You fancy folk think you can just turn up on my island and build your giant resorts, huh? I've been waiting for this to happen, boy." Nathan places his hands in his pockets, maybe to stop himself from punching the sheriff too. "And now one of my little birdies tells me you got a dead body. Oh, hello, what do we got here?" "A dead body." To my shock, the sheriff actually sticks one of his feet out and nudges Ogwan's arm with the tip of his shoe. That does not strike me as correct crime scene protocol, but then again, who am I to judge what's correct protocol? All I have to go on are episodes of CSI and Law and Order. For all I know, maybe all sheriffs use the tips of their shoes to okay, who am I kidding? This guy is a nut. "Sheriff McConnell," Nathan says, "so glad to have you here again." The sheriff snorts, and it's amazing how much he reminds me of a seal. "Ha, yeah, I bet you're glad. What a mess. But no worries, you've all got someone who knows what he's doing here," he calls out to the small audience. He looks around and frowns. "Where's everyone?" "We thought it best to have as few people here as possible, so we sent all the guests back to their rooms." "Oh ho. Don't want any witnesses, is that it?" The sheriff scratches his jaw with conscious effort, as if it's something he's seen some TV detective do and decided he'd do it too. A crease forms between Nathan's eyebrows. "Well, no, everyone's witnessed the body." "Why's he wearing that silly outfit, then? Is he one of these new age performers? Baton twirling or whatever?" Baton twirling? Nathan looks so confused I want to hug him and apologize for everything. No, he was a groomsman. "A groomsman, eh?" The sheriff walks around the body and, again, nudges it with the tip of his shoe. This time, though, he pushes harder, until Ogwan flops over onto his back. I get a glimpse of his slack face before I look away, bile lurching up into my throat. With a superhuman effort, I swallow it back down. I need to talk to the other groomsmen. "Sure, they should all be back in their rooms. Would you like to follow me?" "No, bring them here." "They are, I don't know how mobile they are." The sheriff narrows his eyes. "Bring them here. Don't make me charge you with obstruction of justice, boy." My hands tighten into fists. Could this man possibly be any more odious? Nathan activates his walkie-talkie and asks someone to escort the groomsmen back to the altar. When he's done, he looks at the boiling grey clouds and says, "Should we take the body indoors? It looks like it's about to start pouring." The sheriff gives what he probably thinks is a really sly side-eye glance. "I see. So you want to move the victim from the crime scene, eh?" No. "Do whatever you think is best," Nathan says. He takes out his phone and types something. A moment later, my phone buzzes. "Nathan, 4:25 p.m, I really hate this guy. He's such a hack." "Mehdi, 4:26 p.m, seriously. How did he become a sheriff?" "Nathan, 4:26 p.m, no idea. My guess is he killed off the competition. Or maybe there was none to begin with." It's a small island. Medi, 4:27 p.m., true. I hope this gets resolved quickly. Nathan glances in my direction and sends me a small smile that melts all of my muscles. Muscles that almost immediately tighten up at the sight of two security guards escorting a couple of groomsmen down the aisle. I step aside to let them pass. The groomsmen are still clearly out of it, their eyes wild, their heads lolling. "These are the most sober ones, sir," one of the guards says to Nathan apologetically. "That's fine. I'm sorry for making you guys come out here again," Nathan says to the groomsmen. In reply, one of them smiles dopily and says something like, "Shokay," and the other one just stares blearily at Nathan. I cringe. Ma and fourth aunt have really done a number on these poor guys. Sheriff McConnell wastes no time. He strides toward the groomsmen and points at Ogwan's body. "Who was this man?" They both look to where he's pointing, and seem startled all over again at the sight of the corpse. I don't blame them. Even after a whole day of moving it around, seeing an actual dead body is still shocking to me. "I don't know, man," the first groomsman says. The second groomsman continues staring at the corpse, mouth agape. I swear he's about to start drooling. "He must have been one of your good friends. He's a fellow groomsman." The first groomsman laughs. "No. Don't tell anyone, okay?" He leans forward as if he's about to reveal some secret, but his voice is still as loud as ever. "The groom ain't got no friends. So he hired us to be his groomsmen. Most of us never met each other until last night." He laughs again. It's the funniest shit. Now it's time for my mouth to drop open. This explains so much. No wonder Tom's been so weird around his groomsmen. No wonder he's been ordering them around as if they're his employees. Because they are. He's employed them for the day. And it explains why the groomsmen quite happily carried Ogwan down the aisle. Aside from the fact that they were drugged and drunk out of their senses, they just plain didn't recognize one another. The sheriff shakes his head. "So none of you knew this guy?" He nudges Ogwan's shoulder again with his shoe. What is up with him and the need to keep prodding Ogwan with his foot? Both groomsmen shake their heads. Would the others know him? The first groomsman shrugs. "I mean, who knows? Maybe. Tom had to hire people from 3 different agencies because he needed so many bodies." Oops, bad word choice, lol. He says lol as if it's an actual word. Someone nudges my elbow, and I turn to see Ma and my aunties behind me. "What are you doing just standing there?" Ma whispers. "Come, we go back in, otherwise later you will catch cold." I can't help snorting out loud. Here we are, with the sheriff and the dead body, and Ma's worried about me catching a cold. "You guys done fighting?" I say, unable to keep the bitterness out of my voice. At least they have the decency to look somewhat abashed. "For now," fourth aunt says. She eyes the sheriff and groomsmen and switches to Indonesian. "What have they figured out so far?" "Not much. But I want to stay here, see what else they come up with." I'm going in. Fourth aunt pinches my cheek and then turns around and walks back toward the rooms, followed by my other aunties. Only Ma stays with me. A few feet away, Sheriff McConnell is fast losing patience. "Get me the other groomsmen," he barks at the 2 security guards. They glance at Nathan, who nods. As they leave, Sheriff McConnell paces around the altar, his weight making the whole stage shudder. Thunder rolls, and I can't help but jump. "We really should go inside, it looks like nasty weather," Nathan says. "We could question the rest of the groomsmen in their rooms." "Oh, I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you?" Nathan looks confused. Yeah, I guess. Won't the rain, I don't know, do something to the body? Make it harder to gauge when it died or something?" Hey, I'm the professional here, the sheriff barks. All you mainlanders think you're so sophisticated with all your fancy equipment and technology and all this newfangled DNA shit. What? Well, I've got news for you. I'm going to solve this without all that fancy schmancy tetchy shit. I'm going to solve it with good old detective work. Sheriff McConnell taps the side of his head with another one of his trademark cunning looks. Okay. I still think we should go inside. He's interrupted by the arrival of two more groomsmen. They're in worse shape than the previous two. These ones keep giggling and pointing at random things in the air. Ma, are you sure you haven't permanently addled their minds? I whisper. I do, of course not, La. Traditional Chinese medicine is very good for your health. Very good. Still, I can't help noticing how worried Ma actually looks. Sheriff McConnell asks them if they recognize Ogwan, and they both giggle and shake their heads. Hey, man, time to wake up. You're lying on the altar, one of them says. Which agency are you from? Sheriff McConnell asks them. Best Days Agency, one says. Party peeps, the other one slurs. And presumably you would know who's from which agency. The two groomsmen stare at him blankly. I what now? One of them says. Sheriff McConnell pinches the bridge of his nose. What I'm asking is, this man is definitely not from either of your agencies. One of the groomsmen shakes his head confidently, while the other says, I don't know. I'm expecting Sheriff McConnell to be frustrated by this, but instead, he rubs his hands with satisfaction and nods. You two can go. I know who did it. I can't help squeezing Ma's hand. She squeezes back and pats it reassuringly. Oh, Tuhan, she mutters. It's okay. It's okay. It's not okay. I'm about to be arrested. I watch, rooted to the spot, every part of me leaden, as Sheriff McConnell walks off the altar and onto the aisle. Coming straight toward me. Except he stops in front of Nathan and says, in a thunderous voice that matches the weather, Nathan Chan, you are under arrest for the murder of this man. He pulls out a pair of handcuffs with relish and, smiling proudly, latches them around Nathan's wrists. 29. Sheriff McConnell barely spares Ma and me a glance as he brushes past, his meaty hands on Nathan's shoulders. Nathan is wide-eyed, but as he passes me, he whispers, it'll be okay. And I'm furious. How pathetic does Nathan think I am, that he'd need to comfort me while he's literally in handcuffs? What is it about me that makes people around me want to take care of every problem? Do I exude incompetence? Helplessness? I've had just about enough of it. I swing around. I want to yell at Nathan, to tell him to stop protecting me, stop treating me like I'm this breakable thing, because I'm not. I want to lash out at someone, at anyone, and unfortunately, the closest person to me right then is Ma. Ma and my aunties. They're just standing there, gaping as the security guards all file away, following Nathan. It's going to be okay, Big Aunt says in Indonesian, her voice full of uncertainty, and I take it. I take this chance to lash out. It won't be okay. I cry. It won't be, stop saying it will, because it won't. I didn't want any of this to happen. I just wanted to, I just what? What would I have done without my family? I would have been stuck at home with a dead body in my car and no way of explaining it. But maybe that would have been better than this. Anything would have been better than having Nathan get arrested for something I did. Mehdi, you are upset, I know, but we are just taking care of you, Ma says. I shake away from her outstretched hand, and the hurt that slashes across her face enrages me even more. I don't need you to take care of me. I'm not a baby anymore, Ma. God, all of this is such a burden. They startle at the B word. It's their worst nightmare, to be a burden to their children. Mehdi, how can you say that? Big Aunt says in English, her chest rising. We are family, we work together, we always there for each other. Yeah, and that's exactly the problem. We're always there. I don't know what life is like without any of you in it. I had a glimpse of it when I went to college, and then after that I moved back home and it's back to being in the fold. I don't know who I am without you all breathing down my neck. I don't even know if I want to be a wedding photographer, but I can't do my own thing. I can't just abandon the family business, because you always talk about sacrifice and how much you've all sacrificed for me, and so this is it, the cycle of sacrifice that'll go on and on and on. They look like I've slapped them. You don't want to be wedding photographer? Ma whispers. I hate weddings. I cry. They stagger back a step, their faces lit up with horror. I do, I hate them. That's not true. I've seen the way you look at wedding dresses, fourth aunt says. It's like you've got horny eyes on, it's quite honestly disturbing. I sigh. You're right, there are things I love about weddings. I love the brides, I love seeing them looking all beautiful and happy and wearing a big white dress. But everything else I hate. I hate that brides and grooms are driven nuts by this unrealistic expectation that the day has to be perfect. I hate that it's turned into an industry that makes people spend way more than they should, and I hate that we're part of that. They're all quiet for a while. So you saying that we are holding you back? Ma says, after a while. I don't answer. I can't. Whatever I say, it won't be enough. It won't be accurate. It's not a no, and it's not a yes. And, in the end, I have only myself to blame. My cousins grew up in the same environment and managed to leave, to spread their wings. I'm the only one who remains in the same old nest, and surely that proves that the blame lies on me. After an eternity, I shake my head. I don't blame you. See, that's not totally accurate either. I blame everyone, including myself. Ma utters a sob, and immediately all of my aunties, including fourth aunt, catch her by the arms. They coo soothing words in Indonesian at her. It's okay, she's just a child, she doesn't know what she's saying. My Hendra used to say things like that too, it's okay. These kids, they'll only understand what we've given up after they have children of their own. This is what always happens when one of my generation dares to talk back to our parents. They band together and reduce us to kids having a tantrum, dismissing our words so we can't pierce their armor. Part of me wants to kick crazily at the ground and scream until they listen, but of course that'll only confirm their belief that I'm nothing more than a silly child. I close my eyes and take a deep breath before speaking. I'm sorry, Ma, I don't mean to hurt you. Just please. Don't try to help me here. Go back to your rooms and I'll handle this. I love you all, but it's time for me to grow up and clean up my own mess. Ma's eyes meet mine, and despite the hurt creasing her face, I see understanding dawn in her eyes. But it's underneath a blanket of sorrow and anger. She doesn't say a word, merely shakes her head in disappointment and lets my aunties escort her away. Big aunt glares at me, second aunt is busy cooing over Ma, and even fourth aunt doesn't have anything mean to say to Ma, which is how I know for sure that Ma's heart is broken. Still, I harden myself against going after them. Because I've always gone after them, and then I end up apologizing and assuring them that I'll be a less shitty daughter, and that's how I find myself at 26 still living at home and spending my weekends shooting huge weddings and pretending I love the whole production. No. I have more pressing things to attend to. Like Nathan. The thought of him fires me up even more. I stride toward the main building, climbing the impressive stone steps up to the lobby. There, I corner a receptionist and ask where Nathan's been taken. I'm not at liberty to say, he says smoothly, but I catch a glimmer of hesitation in him. Unbidden, an image of Big Aunt comes to mind. Big Aunt, who carries herself with her back ramrod straight and her chin always up. Big Aunt, who always manages to get people to listen to her. What would she say? I lift my chin and glare at him imperiously. I've been in touch with Lapton. They've said that the sheriff has no jurisdiction to arrest anyone. I am not going to stand aside and let that idiot make a mockery of the justice system, and neither are you. You're not going to obstruct me. Now lead me to where he's keeping Nathan. Obviously I don't give a tiny rat's fart about the justice system, but it seemed like a good term to throw in. After a moment's hesitation, the receptionist says, he took him upstairs. To Mr. Chan's office. Said the storm's getting too bad for him to drive in. Good. Take me there. Now, I add, when the receptionist opens his mouth. Right away. He hurries out from behind his desk and nods at me to follow him. As soon as his back is turned, I sag a little. I can't believe it worked. I channeled my inner Big Aunt, and now I'm being led to Nathan. Phew, I should try that more often. This feeling is honestly pretty addictive. He leads me through a side door to an employee elevator. We get inside, and he uses his key card to get to the top floor. I try to keep looking imperious, which is a lot harder to do in the dead silence of the elevator. I have to stop myself from sighing with obvious relief when the doors finally whoosh open. The top floor is taken up by numerous offices. I've never been to this part of any hotel before, but I guess it makes sense that large resorts would have offices to oversee the running of things. The receptionist leads me past half a dozen offices until he gets to the end. There's a security guard standing outside. When he sees us approaching, he shifts his stance so that he looks like he's standing to attention. Hey, Dave, the receptionist says. This is I'm Mehdi, Nat, Mr. Chan's lawyer. The guard's eyes widen. Thank God you're here, he says in a low voice. I don't even why was I asked to guard his office? I don't believe for a second that Mr. Chan did it. I nod at him, take a deep breath, and stride through the door. Sheriff McConnell's seated behind Nathan's desk, with Nathan perched on a chair opposite him. What's this? Sheriff McConnell says, eyeing me from top to bottom with a languorous leer that makes me want to take a long, hot shower. This is Mr. Chan's attorney, the guard says. Sheriff McConnell's eyebrows raise. He looks me over again, but this time, the look is several degrees less lecherous and shows more disbelief, as in how the hell can someone who looks like me be an attorney? I'm about to be affronted when I realize that, welp, I'm still in my all-black photographer's outfit and I'm as wet as a drowned rat. My hair is dripping water onto my towel. Ma and my aunties were right. I need their help. I have always needed their help. They haven't been holding me back. I've reached my potential. This is it, this is where I peak as a wedding photographer for the family business, always protected from the world by my family. But there's a glimmer in Nathan's face. Something I've seen before, so many years ago, when he asked me to go east with him. Just a flicker, but it's there, still. Fierce, naked hope. My cheeks burn. Even after all this time, even after everything, he still has hope for us. And I feel it. Fluttering from deep inside my chest, as though waking up from a deep slumber. Hope. I've squashed it down for the last 4 years, shoved all thoughts of being independent to the side, told myself I'm being stupid, or selfish, or unrealistic. Unrealistic, that's always been my mantra, passed down from Ma and my aunties. Don't be unrealistic, they'd say. They had to be pragmatic all their lives, there was no room for dreams or idealism. Just look at fourth aunt, Ma would say. She chased her dreams all the way from Indonesia to Los Angeles, and look where it got her. This is what happens when you're unrealistic, when you let the dream take over. But everything that's happened the past few days has been unreal. If ever there was a time to use the word, it's now. Ma pretending to be me online, that's pretty fucking unreal. Me accidentally killing my date. I mean, how much more unreal can it get? And all the domino pieces falling over one by one, the body getting shipped here, the body ending up on the altar, none of it has been anywhere near realistic. Why am I still trying to play by realistic rules? My back straightens, my neck lengthens, and I stare down at Sheriff McConnell and see him for what he truly is, a fish out of water, completely at a loss as to what to do. Nothing like this has ever happened on this island, and he's torn between the sudden rush of power and a whole ocean of fear. I pounce on that fear. My name is Madeline Chan, and I'm an attorney. What have you charged my client with? My voice comes out like an iron fist, thudding onto the desk. There's a beat of silence, and then Sheriff McConnell scrambles forward, placing his elbows on the desk before second-guessing himself and sitting back and folding his hands on his lap. Yes, his attorney, eh? You got here fast. He pauses. Hang on, I'm pretty sure I've seen you around. Yeah, I've been here a while, taking care of some papers. Nathan gives a small shake of the head, but I don't need him to guide me. I won't have this joke of a cop derail me. I lean forward, place my hands on the desk, and say the words ever so slowly. What have you charged my client with? Never mind thudding, my heart is kicking. I swear it's grown legs and is sprinting, crashing over and over into my rib cage. Any moment now, it's going to kick its way right out of my chest, alien style. But somehow, my face remains straight, my gaze unwavering, locked on Sheriff McConnell. He shifts his weight again, and unfolds and refolds his hands. Right, yes. Well, there's been a murder. What have you charged my client with? His gaze flits away like a spooked butterfly before coming back to rest on my face. Well, that is to say, if you haven't charged him with anything, then you can't keep him locked up. I'm taking him out of here. Well, then I charge him with murder. Shit. Somehow, I stare him down, even though everything inside me is screaming no, you've done it now, you've gone and made everything worse. For the murder of whom? The sheriff gives a little shake of his head, reminding me of a horse. Of the body. Down there, at the altar. So you haven't identified the body? Well, no, of course not, that'll come later. What was the cause of death? I don't. Time of death? Well, I mean to say. Found a weapon on my client, did you? Not yet. So you don't have a cause or time of death, but you've arrested my client. On what grounds? Seriously, who am I right now? It's as though Big Aunt has taken over my consciousness and is just bulldozing over everything, and holy smokes, it's actually working. Sheriff McConnell is sweating as if he's just run a marathon in the dead of summer. I actually feel kind of sorry for him. Sheriff, I think we both know you're in over your head. Have you even ordered the body to be brought in out of the rain? He stares at me balefully. Protocol states that. His voice trails off. It's obvious he has no idea what protocol states when there's a mysterious body and a rainstorm. On the one hand, he should leave crime scenes as undisturbed as he can. On the other hand, the rainstorm might destroy a lot of evidence. It's good that he doesn't know what the protocol is, because I sure as hell have no freaking clue. Hopefully protocol is whatever Sheriff McConnell hasn't done. Protocol states that you should preserve as much of the crime scene as possible, which in this case means asking the hotel employees to erect some sort of covering, maybe, to try and keep as much of the rainwater away from the crime scene. I say it as if it's obvious, as if I haven't just pulled it out of my ass, and the look on Nathan's face almost makes me burst out in hysterical laughter. Nathan is looking at me like I don't even know how to describe it, like he's seeing the most amazing sunrise ever, his handsome face lighting up with awe. "Well, I was just about to do that when you barged in," Sheriff McConnell mutters. I look pointedly at the glass of whiskey in front of him. "Really? It looks to me like you're making yourself comfortable in my client's office." He looks down at the glass and flushes, his face turning beet shade. This was his. "Well, it's obvious to me that you have failed to follow any sort of protocol, so I don't think you can legally charge my client with anything without further evidence." What are these words coming out of my mouth? I'm pretty sure that any legit cop would have called my bluff a long time ago, but Sheriff McConnell is caught completely off guard. His eyes are perfect circles, his mouth moving, but no words are coming out. "So please uncuff my client now," I add, when I feel the need to say please, and to my disbelief, Sheriff McConnell actually stands up. I tense, half expecting him to pounce on me and catch me by the scruff of my neck and arrest me. He walks over to the other side of the table, his steps echoing in the large office. He approaches Nathan, who I can tell is trying his best not to laugh. He takes out a keychain, grabs Nathan's hands, and... Oh my God. I did it. Sheriff McConnell lowers Nathan's hands. They're still cuffed. Shit. I haven't done it. He's on to me. Is he? What's going on? Sheriff McConnell puffs out his barrel chest. I don't care what fancy law firm you're from, but this here's my territory. And I smell something bad. I don't know what it is your client here's done, but I know he's done something, and I'm going to find out what it is. You can't just keep him here because you think he's done something. That's not how the law works. You need to actually have found evidence and then charge him, I snap. At least, that's what it seems like on CSI. If you've got a problem with how I handle things, you can take it up with the mainland police. He looks around the room dramatically, hands cupped behind his ears. Oh, I don't hear the wail of sirens, do you? That's because those pansy fancy pants cops don't dare to come here in the storm, so it looks like I'm in charge. And I say he stays here. When they arrive, you are going to lose your license. Or whatever the hell it is that cops have. Sheriff McConnell shrugs, his meaty face squishing into a sly smile. Yeah, they've been saying that for years, and yet here I am. The ground is crumbling underneath my feet. I grasp for anything I can think of. I need to speak with my client. Alone. He still has that right. He does indeed. 5 minutes. With that, Sheriff McConnell saunters out, hands in pockets. He's practically whistling with joy. As soon as the door clicks shut behind him, I sink onto the sofa and put my head in my hands. I was so close. I thought I had it. You did great, Medi. I remain with my face buried in my hands. I can't stand to look at the disappointment that must be on Nathan's face. Medi. Nathan kneels in front of me, gently pulling my hands away from my face. Hey, he says, softly. There you are. There is so much in his expression. All of it, our history, every fight, every kiss, every laugh, written plain as day across his flawless face. I'm so sorry. The words come out broken by sobs. I made a mess. No, you helped. He wouldn't have let us speak in private if you hadn't done all that. I mean, that was amazing, all those things you said to him, he laughs. You were on fire. You don't understand, I moan. I did it. It's time. The truth, all of it. I'm so tired of keeping things from him. I could lie to the entire world, but not to him. Not Nathan. That dead body. I killed him. There it is, the truth, falling out of my mouth like a snake, twisting in the air between us. I don't take my eyes from Nathan's face because I want to memorize the way he's been looking at me. He's never going to look at me the same way again, not with this horrible thing I've just dropped in his lap. I brace myself for the horror that'll no doubt take over his face as soon as my words sink in. But it doesn't come. Nathan just sighs. And then he says two words that leave me speechless. I know. 30. What? I cry. Wait. What? Sure. Nathan puts a finger to his lips, glancing at the door. I struggle to lower my voice. Sorry. But what the fuck, Nathan? He sighs. I know. I figured it out. When? What? How? What? Mehdi, you and your family have been acting shady as shit the whole day. And you guys were lugging around that ridiculous cooler everywhere. I didn't know what to make of it. I thought maybe something had gone wrong with the wedding cake and you guys were trying to hide it or something. But then I went to the kitchen to check, and the wedding cake was fine, so then I thought maybe it was something else with the food. Then when the body appeared on the altar, it doesn't exactly take a rocket scientist to put two and two together. I gape at him. My lips form words. Nothing comes out. My mouth just flaps idiotically, nonsensically. Still no words. Can you tell me why you did it, at least? Somehow, I managed to get my voice working again. It was in self-defense, and I didn't mean to. It happened so fast. Anger ripples across his face. Self-defense? Did he hurt you? I shake my head quickly. He was about to, but It's a long story. Nathan releases his breath. Well, I'm glad he didn't hurt you. He squeezes my hands. It's okay, I'm not going to tell anyone. But why? I burst out. Why wouldn't you? You've been charged with murder. You should be telling everyone it wasn't you, it was me. I'd be surprised if the sheriff can make it stick. There's no evidence that I had anything to do with the body. You don't know what he might do, how he'd paint it. He strikes me as the type of guy who colors outside the lines. I don't know that he'd care if he got the wrong person, as long as he got someone. Nathan winces, and I realize I'm gripping his hands so tight that my fingernails have dug little crescents into his palm. I'm sorry. I release his hands, but he catches them again and brings them to his lips. I've failed you once, Mehdi, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. I didn't fight for you, and I've regretted it ever since. I don't want to lose you again. My cheeks flush. Hell, my entire body flushes. I lean forward and catch his mouth with mine, our lips molding to fit perfectly, two pieces of the same puzzle. Our breaths mingle, and I swear I can feel his heartbeat right next to mine. This is why I haven't had a serious relationship since college. No one else can compare to this, no one can hold my heart in his hands the way Nathan does. I can't let you go down for this, I whisper. He runs a thumb across my lower lip, tracing a searing line to my chin, and a delicious shiver runs through me. I won't. Really. Summoning the last of my strength, I pull away. But my thoughts are a mess. My breath is coming out in shallow gasps. I struggle to think straight. It'll be such bad publicity. If there's even a shred of suspicion on you, the resort. A shadow crosses his face, and I know, then, that I've hit the truth of the matter. Sheriff McConnell is likely not going to make the murder charge stick, not with so little evidence. But the accusation will be enough to scare the investors. And then what will happen? In my mind's eye, I see a room full of people in sharp suits sitting around a large conference table. Someone asks for a vote to remove Nathan Chan as the CEO of Iona Lucia. And one by one, they all raise their hands. They can't have someone so notorious be the face of their company. And that'll be that. Nathan's dreams would be over. This gorgeous resort he's planned, designed, and built, he'll lose it. They'll probably give him a tidy severance package, but he'll never again be able to find investors for another venture, not with this rumor hanging over his shoulder, casting its long shadow. Oh, Nathan. I can't stand looking at the sadness he's trying so hard to hide from me. I know what it looks like when he's trying to hide something, so I won't worry. It'll be fine, he says, his voice gruff. But it won't. As though reading my mind, Nathan pulls me right up against him so I feel the intoxicating heat of his body. Please let me do this for you, he says in a low voice that makes my legs wobble. But if you come forward and admit you did it, I'll do the same. I'll insist that I did it, and then I'll definitely, 100% lose all of this. He's absolutely serious. He'd really choose to lose everything to stop me from turning myself in. Nathan. His name comes out in a choked sob, and I kiss him again. I never want to feel his lips leaving mine. A chair outside creaks loudly and we break apart, right before Sheriff McConnell opens the door. He narrows his eyes at us. What a sight we must make, both of us out of breath, my hair all rumpled, our cheeks flushed, sitting away from each other in the most awkward position. We must look like guilty, horny teenagers. Sheriff McConnell frowns. Surely he must realize I'm no lawyer. God, I hate lawyers, he rumbles. Huh. Maybe he hasn't put two and two together. Yeah, you and everyone else, I say, standing up and brushing myself off as calmly as I can. I'm just about done here. Thank you, Sheriff. I'll be. I glance back at Nathan, who raises his eyebrows. I'll be back after consulting with my firm. Take your time, Sheriff McConnell says, lowering himself onto Nathan's plush leather chair with obvious relish. He leans back, puts his feet up on the mahogany table, and rests his hands on his stomach. I try to send silent messages to Nathan as I walk out. I'll be back. I won't leave you here like this. I'll set you free. I'll clear your name. I don't know if he got any of that. As soon as I'm in the privacy of the elevator, I sag against the wall and bury my face in my hands. What a mess. What am I to do? I should just gather all the evidence I have against me that'll clear Nathan and present them to the sheriff. I'll turn myself in. But that'll implicate Ma and my aunties. In the eyes of the law, my family is very, very guilty. And to add to the towering pile of calamities, our Guan wasn't dead when we stuffed him in the cooler. He died suffocating inside it. Which means I wasn't the only one who killed him. My entire family did. Maybe I can spin it so that I'm the only guilty one. Maybe I can make it out so that I tricked my whole family, stole into Big Aunt's kitchen, and stowed the body in her cooler without anyone's knowledge. Yeah, that could work. Excitement and dread stir inside me. I might be able to make this work. I'd go to prison for a very long time. But it's no less than what I deserve. At the very least, this will, for the first time in my life, be a decision I'm making all on my own. Not a decision I'm making because I'm caving to Ma's wishes or to familial duty or anything. I guess I can at least feel good about that. At the lobby, they've shut the giant wooden windows to protect the place from the storm. It completely transforms the place, turning it from a tropical paradise into a shuttered castle with fierce winds and rain raging against it. The mood is somber. I don't know how much the staff know about Nathan's arrest, but it's obvious that they're all aware that something is wrong. Though they smile politely at me as I walk by, their expressions are strained and tight with fear. I walk quickly down the hallway that leads to the rooms. First, I'll go back to my room and change out of these wet clothes. Then I'll ask Ma to come with me to Big Aunt's, where I'll tell everybody my plan to shoulder all of the blame. I take a big breath. It isn't going to be easy convincing them. Ma will for sure 100% cry. Big aunt will get mad and insist that I listen to my elders and let them handle the problem. Second aunt will probably launch into some weird Tai Chi pose, and fourth aunt will flap her feathery nails and tell me to stop being so melodramatic. But I'm resolute. No one can stop me from doing the right thing. At my room, I take out Nathan's master key card and wave it against the door lock. It unlocks with a snick, and I push the door open, saying, "Ma, can I have some tea?" The rest of what I'm about to say dies in my mouth. I stand there, frozen, as the door swings shut behind me with a final click. All of my plans, all of the courage I've built up in the past few minutes, everything leaks out of me, leaving me empty. Because sitting on the bed are Ma and all of my aunts, their hands tied together, and standing behind them with a gun pointed at their heads is Maureen. "Ah, Medi," she says, and swings her arms up so the gun is now pointing straight in my face. "Now we can properly begin. I guess someone can stop me from doing the right thing after all." 31. You see guns being pointed at people all the time on TV. It's become so commonplace that I don't blink whenever it happens on the screen. But in real life, oh man, in real life it's very, very different. With the barrel of the gun staring down at me like a well, there's no comparison. It's a fucking gun aimed straight at my face. How much more terrifying can it get? My legs turn to water, and as I take my first step, my knees wobble and I stumble forward. The room explodes in a burst of "Don't shoot." No. No shoot. Jesus, stop freaking out, please, Maureen says to my aunties and mom. "Sorry." I cry, as I straighten up. I'm so scared. I can barely walk. Come to think of it, I can barely breathe. Maureen rolls her eyes. "I'm not going to shoot. Just go sit in that chair over there." God. You guys. Calm down. She looks at her gun, as though remembering it's there. Right. Okay, look, I'll point this elsewhere for now. She lowers her arms so the gun's pointed at my legs. I guess that's a little tiny bit better. I practically crawl to the chair and sink into it gratefully. My entire body is basically a puddle. Now we know, when it comes to fight or flight, I am neither. I am, freeze like a hamster and then melt into a useless shivery puddle. "Sayang, you are okay or not?" Ma calls out. I manage a small nod and watch helplessly as Maureen stands and walks toward me. When she's a few steps away, she says, "Don't even think of jumping me." It's a laughable thought, my limbs are lead. Somehow, I manage to shake my head. Now she's right in front of me, and my heartbeat is no longer a beat. It's going too fast. It's basically a buzz. Maureen swings the gun back, and my eyes squeeze shut instinctively. My family members draw a sharp intake of breath, and Ma cries, "Please no." Oh God, here it comes. But nothing comes. I crack open one eye. Maureen sighs. "Damn it, I've been daydreaming of this moment for hours. I was going to pistol whip the shit out of you." I cringe. Again, it's something you see on TV, but now that I'm actually living it, the idea of being hit by a gun is sickening. But I don't have it in me to do that. Maureen sighs again. A sigh of relief is just halfway out of my mouth when Maureen suddenly darts close and puts her face right up in front of mine, like a striking snake. Ma and the aunties cry out again. I jump back and smack the back of my head against the vanity mirror. "Yeah. Don't scare her," one of the aunties snaps. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd jump like that," Maureen says. "Are you okay?" Dizzy, I sit back down. I think I nod. "I won't do that again. That was kind of an asshole move on my part. I just wanted to scare you a bit, I didn't think you'd react like that." "Geez, girl. You are so naughty." Ma scolds. You don't scare her like that again. To my surprise, Maureen looks contrite. Sorry, Auntie. I won't do that again. She straightens up and brushes her hair back. Okay, let's get one thing straight. I need you to do something for me. I managed to croak out a single, what? The tea ceremony gifts, dummy. What else did you think? I must have looked confused, because Maureen rolls her eyes again and says, get them. For me. Oh, right. How? Maureen throws her hands up. I don't know, figure it out. Trick them, tell them you want to take photos of the gifts. Hold the bride at gunpoint. No, not the bride. Hold the groom at gunpoint. I don't have a gun. Here. She fishes in her back pocket and throws something at me. A gun. The thought, holy shit, it's a gun being thrown at me, barely has time to flash through my mind before it hits me smack in the chest. I don't even register the pain. I'm scrambling to something I don't know. I'm half convinced the thing's going to go off and kill somebody, when it thuds to the floor. I squeak. My family cries out again. Maureen shakes her head at me. Dude, your reflexes, seriously. I pounce on the gun and grapple with it until I'm pointing it at Maureen. Maureen frowns. Okay, I'm not a TV villain, so I'm not gonna draw this out. That gun's not loaded. I swallow. Look down at the gun. I've never touched one before. I don't even know how to check to see if it's loaded. You press the thingy, Maureen says. That button, yeah. The ammo thingy slides out, and sure enough, it's empty. I push it back into place and put the gun down on the dresser. I can't point a gun at someone. Not even an unloaded one. Even as I speak, I realize I'm absent-mindedly wiping my hands on my pants. I mean, you get used to it, Maureen cajoles. She waves her own gun and points it at me again. See? I wince and move my head so it's not directly in the line of fire. Maureen lowers her gun again. Okay, yes, it feels pretty shitty, but needs must, you know. I don't know. I cry. You don't need to do this. Why are you doing any of it? Because it all sucks, she cries. I don't want to do any of it. It's all gone wrong. The gifts weren't even supposed to, they were supposed to be returned to Jackie once it all died down. I just wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to. Her voice wobbles, and she pauses to blink away her tears. Anyway, it doesn't matter now, because it's all gone wrong and it's all because of you. Why me? But even as I say it, it all comes rushing back. Of course. It is because of me. Because I killed her partner in crime. Because you killed Ogwan. He was supposed to help me with all of this, hide the gifts and then put them back and everything, and you killed him and God, Medellin. I may be a thief, but you and your fam are killers, she says in this super judgy tone of voice. What makes you think we killed him? I say in my most innocent voice. I heard you guys talking about it round the side of the hotel as I was coming back. Sorry, aunties, but you're all very loud, and I speak Indo very well. And Chinese. You guys know how it is. What? She speaks Indonesian and Chinese very well, Ma says wistfully. Your parents must be so proud. She gives me a pointed look. I ignore Ma. Weren't you being escorted off the island? Maureen shrugs. I have a black belt in karate. At my look of horror, she sighs and says, I didn't do anything, gosh. I just knocked the guy out a little and took his gun. That's still not as bad as you guys killing Ogwan. I didn't mean to. He was going to attack me. I panicked, and then when I woke up, I thought he was dead. Please, let my family go. They were just trying to help me, we didn't know he was still alive when we put him in the cooler, I cry. Maureen digs a phone out of her pocket and taps on the screen. Ha, got your confession on tape. Okay, here's what's going to happen. I've set this voice recording to be blasted on all of my social media in an hour's time. If you don't get me the tea ceremony gifts, everyone will know what you and your fam did. If you get me arrested or whatever, the recording will be blasted on social media. Get me the tea ceremony gifts and I'll delete the recording and we can go our separate ways. Whoa, this girl very smart, second aunt muses, nodding grudgingly. Aya, pinta ya, big aunt says. Medi, should learn to be more like her. Very smart. Must do good business. Now it's my turn to throw up my hands. Seriously. She's literally blackmailing us at gunpoint. Big Aunt Tuts. Ado, of course we know mean you should point gun at people. But just saying, this Maureen very what's the word so business mind. Evil. Crazy. I cry. Hey, Maureen snaps. I gesture wildly at her. You're pointing a gun at me and asking me to rob your best friend. How much more evil can you get? She see opportunity, she take it, second aunt says. You should be more like that. Big aunt nods, and the two of them look at each other for a moment, as though surprised to find that they're agreeing with each other for once. But don't point gun at people, very rude, Ma says. Oh, well, I'm glad we have this distinction, at least. FFS. My family, I tell you. They just know how to push all of my buttons. I'm never good enough for them, not even compared to a gun-toting homicidal robber. Then I realize that the rage they've stirred up inside me has given me newfound strength. I'm so fired up. I need to find a way to prove them wrong, to show them that I'm not this useless ball of tears they seem to think I am. If you guys like her so much, then maybe she should be your stinking photographer. Even as I say it, I know how petty and childish it sounds. Aya, Medi, don't be like that, Ma says. We only give you advice for your own good, must learn to be smart like Maureen. You see, Maureen want to take tea ceremony gift, so she got to think of every possibility. Maureen simpers. It did take me a while to figure it all out. You be good, you figure out how to take tea ceremony gift and save all of us, okay, Ma says. Yep, we're all counting on you, fourth aunt says. I shake my head in disbelief. I can't even with you guys right now. I grab the unloaded gun from the dresser and stuff it into my back pocket. Okay, that's way too obvious. It's bulging out of your pocket, fourth aunt calls out. They are a lot bulkier than they look, aren't they? Maureen says, sympathetically. I don't need help from you, I spit out as Maureen reaches out. Okay, sheesh. Medi, don't be so rude, Ma says. Maureen just trying to help. It takes all of my will not to scream at all of them. I grab my camera bag and take out two of my lenses, placing them with utmost care on the dresser. Don't touch these. Yes, no touch, they are very expensive. You break, you pay, Ma says. I won't, Maureen says, holding up her hands. I stuff the gun into the bag and glare at them. Right. So all I have to do is hold people at gunpoint before robbing them. You can, I believe in you, Ma says. Jiu you. Second aunt gives me the traditional Chinese cheer. They're so supportive. I wish my family were more supportive, Maureen sighs. You can have mine, I snap, and leave the room before I say something I'll no doubt regret. 32. Compared to how it was earlier in the day, the bridal suite is practically deserted. Jacqueline's parents are in the living room, talking quietly. They glance up at me with lined faces when I come in. The sight of their exhaustion might as well be a knife in my chest. I wish I could hug them and beg for their forgiveness. Hi, Tant, OM. Is Jacqueline here? I say, hating every word, hating the fact that I'm intruding at such a sensitive time. I half wish they'd throw me out right now. Instead, Tant Johanna nods and smiles. Ah, Medi. Maybe she'll talk to you. She's in the bedroom. Swallowing, I head there. I swear my chest must be visibly moving, my heart's kicking so wildly. I reach the impressive double doors and knock lightly. When there's no answer, I grit my teeth and push it open just a crack. Jacqueline. It's me, Medi. Can I come in? There's a sob. I can't tell if that's a yes or a no, so I push open the door and walk inside, closing it behind me. Jacqueline is buried under about 16 layers of frothy tulle, and I have to peel away layer after layer for what feels like an entire minute until I unearth her. Go away, she sobs, batting away my hand feebly. Hey, I say, softly. She glances up and utters another sob. Oh, it's you. Is it just you? I don't want to talk to anyone right now, especially not people who I thought were close to me. The last few words come out in a dramatic half-shout, and she buries her face in the pillows once more and wails into them. It's just me. Not knowing what else to do, I perch carefully on the side of the bed. I glance to the corner where the safe is and quickly look away. How awful of a person am I, to be thinking of stealing from this miserable person who's been betrayed by practically everyone on her wedding day? I guess I'm pretty freaking awful, because my gaze keeps creeping back to the safe, and I have to consciously drag it back to Jacqueline. Or maybe I should try to get into it now, while she's not looking. But I don't know the safe combination. You know what the worst part of today is? Jacqueline cries, suddenly sitting up. I sift through my mind. There are so many contenders. The corpse showing up at the altar. The tea ceremony gifts going missing. Her fiancé hiring random actors to act as his groomsmen. Whenever something good or bad happens, the first person I turn to is Maureen. And now I can't, because even she turned out to be a dirty traitor. She devolves into sobs again. What is it about me? Am I so horrible that people close to me can't help but lie to me? My own fiancé can't even trust me enough to tell me that he doesn't have enough friends to have as groomsmen. How messed up is that? She cries, staring at me with her wet face. What's the right thing to say here? I mean, it is so messed up, but then again, I don't think that's what she wants to hear. It's not great, but it's also not the worst thing a guy could do. Except Tom has done worse, aside from being named Tom Cruise. He also happens to be a world-class douche. I shouldn't be defending him. Okay, yeah, it's pretty shitty. Look, you want to know the truth? Tom's kind of a shit. Jacqueline's mouth drops open, and those huge eyes stare at me. Oh my God. I can't believe that just slipped out of me. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Ignore me, I'm not really thinking straight. I hit my head back there, when Yeah. Oh my God, I almost said I hit my head back there, when Maureen scared the crap out of me with her gun. Keep it together, self. To my surprise, something like a laugh squeaks out of Jacqueline's mouth before she covers it. I can't believe you just said that. I'm sorry, really, I am. No, don't be sorry. After today, I think you're right, she says in a whisper, and then she does a horrified sort of laugh. I can't believe I just said that about the guy I'm about to marry. Are you still marrying him, I mean? I know what I hope her answer is. I haven't known these people very long at all, but talk about Beauty and the Beast. It's not even that Tom's particularly unattractive, he's just so in every possible way. Yeah, of course she falters and looks horrified. I don't know. Our families are so good together. Our parents get along so well, they've got investments with each other, and they're so keen for us to be married. I know all too well what she's talking about. Within the rich Chinese Indonesian communities, parents scheme and plan so that their sons and daughters will be able to marry the wealthiest sons and daughters. Given the Sutopo's vast conglomerate of corporations and real estate, Tom is a catch, regardless of his odious personality. Her last words come out in a whisper, but he really is a shit, isn't he? She half sobs, half laughs. God, I wish Maureen were here. She's always hated him, you know. Well, she's always hated whatever guy I dated, but with Tom, God, she was always ranting about how gross he is, and I just never saw it. Honestly, I think I'm more upset about Maureen than any of it. Does that make me a bad person? I haven't even really thought of that poor dead guy. I mean, Jesus, there was a dead guy at our ceremony. How much more of a bad omen can you get? I can't believe one of the actors Tom hired turned up dead. I blink at her. It takes a while to sink in. Of course. She doesn't know that Guan wasn't one of the groomsmen. She doesn't know anyone in the groom's bridal party. Nobody does. I wish I could talk to Maureen. Jacqueline wails again, burying her face in her hands. I miss that asshole so much. Great. Of course, the one person she misses just happens to be the woman currently holding my family hostage at gunpoint. My family who's probably fawning over her and telling her what a great daughter she'd make instead of me. Oh. Freaking Maureen. Okay. What would Maureen do if she were here? Aside from grabbing the tea ceremony gifts and running away with them, that is. The thought of it makes me frown. Despite everything that's happened, I can't reconcile the image of Maureen stealing gifts that were meant for Jacqueline. My mind keeps reeling away from the wrongness of it and resting instead on all those times I caught glimpses of real friendship between the two women. The way Maureen anticipated Jacqueline's needs and brought her water before she even asked for it. The way Maureen supported Jacqueline's arms as she stepped into her huge dress. The way the two of them finish each other's sentences. There's so much love there. A lot more than whatever's between Jacqueline and Tom, that's for sure. And that's when it clicks. Everything falls into place. The theft of the tea ceremony gifts, but the intention to return them. How distraught Maureen was when they found the gifts in her room. She was sorrowful, grieving, not because of the loss of the gifts but because of the loss of her friendship with Jacqueline. Because Maureen's in love with Jacqueline. My hands start flapping like Ma's and Big Aunt's, and come to think of it, the rest of my families do when they get excited. There's a squealing sound emanating from somewhere. Takes a while to realize it's coming from me. Oh my God, oh my God. Why do you keep saying oh my God? Jacqueline interrupts her, crying to snap at me. And why are you flapping like a chicken at a slaughterhouse? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was saying oh my God. I clear my throat. Gotta buy myself a bit of time, try to figure out how I should tell her. Should I tell her? It's not exactly my secret to tell, and would it help matters? I don't know, my head's spinning with so many different pieces of information, like the fact that Maureen is still back in my hotel room with my family as her hostages. Am I putting their lives in danger by telling Jacqueline the truth? What do I do? I'm not equipped to handle this, I can't. I can. All my life, I've told myself I'm incapable of handling whatever. Whether it's moving east with Nathan or moving out of Ma's house or breaking away from the family business and starting out on my own. Again and again, I tell myself I'm not ready. I still lack whatever skills are needed to strike out. But there's nobody to count on now. Nathan's been captured by a podunk sheriff drunk on power, and the rest of my family's being held at gunpoint. It all comes down to me. I'm the one who started it all. I should be the one who finishes it. Deep breath. I force my hands to stop flapping. Inhale. I take Jacqueline's hands. Look her in the eye. Jacqueline, do you trust me? She takes in a shuddery breath and then nods. Good. Then there's something I need you to do. 33. I knock on the door to my room and open it a crack before calling out, "It's me, Medi. Don't shoot, I'm coming in." A few cheery shouts of "Oh, you back," and "I-oh, Marsuk," greet me. My family's way too chipper for people who're being held at gunpoint, I must say. When I enter, they're all sitting around sipping tea, even Maureen. Seriously? What? Ma says, looking all surprised, like I haven't just caught her drinking tea with the literal enemy. Nothing. Of course you'd be drinking tea with your kidnapper, because why not? I'm not a kidnapper, Maureen says, looking affronted. Yeah, why are you being so rude, Medi? I raise you better than this, Ma says. I raise my eyes to the ceiling. Whatever. Here you go. I got it. I toss the duffel bag onto the floor, grimacing when it hits the floor with a loud tinkle. Shit, I hope I haven't just broken some priceless Cartier watch or whatever. Hattie. Big Aunt cries. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. It's hard trying to make a statement. Oh, exciting, Maureen says, getting up from the chair. She starts to bend over, stops, then points her gun at me and says, "Open it." I do as she tells me and step back as she uses her toes to prod at the bag. Jewelry and watches glitter from inside it. Wow, Maureen says after a pause. I didn't think you'd pull it off. I tell you, my daughter is very smart, Ma says, nodding and smiling proudly at me. I feel a flush of pride before I realize how fucked up it is to feel proud about this. Still, it's nice to be complimented. How did you do it? Maureen says, staring at me. How did you even get inside the safe? The bridal room must be full of people. How'd you get past them? Well, let's see. I told them I was there to talk to Jacqueline, and then I talked to Jacqueline alone and told her you wanted the gifts, and she let me have them. They all stare at me like I've just grown another head. Maureen lets out a bark. Oh, right, yeah, she just let you have them. Yeah, she did. She said she doesn't want them anyway, now that they're tainted with all the bad stuff that's happened, and she said you might as well have them. You're lying. Stop lying. Maureen grasps the gun with both hands and aims it straight at my head. There's a squawk from my family. Don't point gun at people, Big Aunt says. Please, Maureen, put the gun down, be good girl, Ma pleads. Quiet, I'm trying to think. Maureen glares at me. How did you really get it? I told them I wanted to talk to Jacqueline. She was in the bedroom all alone. I went in, held her at gunpoint, and told her to empty the safe or I'd shoot. Maureen's chin trembles. Was she okay? No, she wasn't okay. What did you think was going to happen? I don't know. I didn't think you'd actually go through with it. Well, I did, and here's your stupid stash. Now you can take it. There must be at least $2 million worth of stuff in there and go. Maureen's eyes dart to the bag. Back to me. Down to the bag. Did she ask about me at all? Why do you care? You literally just had me rob her. Only because I wanted. What? I snap, taking a step toward her. You wanted what? I thought maybe this way, Jackie would come here and talk to me. Without calling the cops or anything. If she saw that I have the gifts, but I gave them back, maybe I don't know. Why would she want to talk to you again after you stole from her? Twice. I wasn't going to steal from her. That wasn't the plan. What was the plan? How did you even get to know Ogwan in the first place? We were friends. He was the one who got me to suggest your mom as a florist to Jackie. Said she'd get a good deal. He knew I was upset about the wedding, so he came up with this whole plan to get it cancelled. He said we could take the tea ceremony gifts, hide them for a while until the wedding's cooled off, and then we'd return them. Knowing what I know of Ogwan, he probably had no plans to return them, but I trust Maureen's telling the truth. I take another step toward her. Why did Ogwan think you'd be upset about the wedding? Because. Why, Maureen? Because I love Jackie. There's a collective gasp from my family. I love her, okay. Maureen cries, tears running down her face. I've loved her since we first met, when we were in college. I told myself not to be so selfish, that she's not into girls. I would have supported her through all of her relationships. I did support her through most of them, but Tom is such a shit. We all turned to look at the doorway, where Jacqueline's burst in, chest heaving. Once again, there's a collective gasp from my family. Whoa, her makeup's still okay, Big Aunt says approvingly. Second aunt glances at her older sister in surprise. We all do, actually. For as long as I can remember, it's the first time Big Aunt said something nice to second aunt. Yes, mascara no run. It's because I apply eyelash glue on top of it, you know, second aunt says, smiling with obvious pride. SSHH, I hiss. Jacqueline storms inside. Even though she's no longer in her huge white dress, there's just something about her that commands your attention. Maybe it's how ethereally beautiful she is. Or maybe it's the way she's looking at Maureen, half glaring, half something else. She's incandescent. It might be rage or sorrow or... Jackie. I love you too. Love. It's love that's blazing so brightly from her, love that's caught all of our attention, love that now propels her inside this room. I was right. The two women love each other. It was a gamble, but I was willing to risk it all for this. I step aside to let Jacqueline pass, and at last she's standing face to face with her best friend. Slowly, Jacqueline raises her hand and places it on the gun. Maureen doesn't put up a fight as Jacqueline takes it from her and releases the ammo thingy. I really should brush up on my gun lingo. Empty, Jacqueline says, a smile touching her mouth. I knew you couldn't hurt anyone. Not really. Jackie, how long? Medi got me to wait outside while she took the bag in. I heard everything. Jacqueline places a gentle hand on Maureen's cheek. Why didn't you tell me before? I didn't think you're straight, I didn't want to. I only dated guys because I didn't want you to even suspect that I might be into you, Jackie cries. I didn't want you to get scared. I thought you were straight. She and Maureen laugh, then they fall into each other's arms. Jacqueline's chin tips up, Maureen lowers her head, and finally, their mouths meet in a heart-stopping kiss that makes my eyes well up. I look away to give them some semblance of privacy and see that Ma and my aunties are just sitting there, openly staring and smiling, not even pretending to look away or anything. TSK, I tut at them, and they look slightly abashed. I stand there awkwardly, staring at the ceiling while my family steals glances at them. After what seems like an eternity, the two finally break apart, breathless and grinning. Look, her lipsticks still stay on, second aunt says. Yes, your makeup number one. Excuse me, sorry to bother, but can untie us or not? Big aunt says. My hand's very painful. Oh. Yeah, of course. I'm so sorry, Maureen cries, and we all hurry to the beds to help untie the wrist bindings. I kneel down in front of Ma and start working at the knots around her wrists. Now that I'm crouched so close to her, I can see every line on her face, every familiar crease and fold, all of the laugh lines and the worry lines, the pathways of her life so clearly written across her features. You okay? I say softly. There's so much I want to say to her, but at the same time, it feels like in this moment, she knows everything, every secret I've kept buried in my heart. Yes, she says, smiling at me. Her eyes are bright with unshed tears. I'm so proud of you, Medi. And in that moment, I've never felt prouder of myself and my family. 34. So let me get this straight, Sheriff McConnell says. The dead guy's dead because, wait, why? It takes everything inside me not to leap out of my chair and throttle the guy. Luckily, I'm surrounded by my family, plus Jacqueline and Maureen. Jacqueline squeezes my shoulder and gives me one of her encouraging smiles. I can do this. I can spin a story to fool this man and let us all off the hook. It's really all quite simple, Sheriff. You see, Ogwan, that's the deceased he wanted to steal the tea ceremony gifts. That's them gifts you people get before the wedding ceremony. I wince at the words you people, but keep going. Yes, in Chinese tradition, we usually have a tea ceremony, where the bride and groom's relatives give them money or jewelry and so on. After the tea ceremony, Maureen and I took the gifts back to the bridal suite. Hang on, aren't you the lawyer? Sheriff McConnell says. Good grief, did he just notice that? I suppose I have changed into dry clothes, but still. As though reading my mind, he shakes his head and mutters, you all look very similar to me. Yes, because we are all family, Ma says, beaming proudly. What, you're all related? No, she meant a few of us are, I say quickly. And I'm sort of a lawyerish type of person. In that I watched every season of The Good Fight. Anyway, so Maureen and I took the gifts back to the bridal suite and rejoined the procession, and that was when Ogwan took the gifts. He must have been there all along, disguised as one of the groomsmen. I don't think he expected the bride and groom to discover that the gifts were missing so early. Usually, they don't look at the gifts until the next day, but I don't know, maybe Tom wanted to look at what kind of Patek Philippe he got. When Ogwan heard that they were conducting a search, he must have panicked and stashed the gifts in Maureen's room. She's the likeliest suspect because she was the last one with the gifts. Sheriff McConnell nods slowly, frowning at us the whole time. And then he needed a place to hide, and where else to hide but within plain sight? I say, moving my hands animatedly. He was disguised as a groomsman anyway, and the other groomsmen were drunk and weren't really aware of what was going on, plus they don't even know one another. Yes, they are so drunk. One of them I don't know who, but one of them Ma says meaningfully bring, that alcohol, the very bad one. I think it is called abstinence. Well, I heard that one of them brought weed, fourth aunt says. Good grief, Sheriff McConnell mutters. Yeah, I cut in. So he went into the groom's suite, and when the search party went through the suite, he panicked and hid in a cooler. See, one of the baker's coolers went missing earlier in the day, and I think Ogwan was planning on using that to stash the stolen jewelry. We found the cooler in the groomsmen's suite. It got locked by mistake, and he suffocated in it and died. Sheriff McConnell's eyes are so wide right now they look like they're about to pop out. But, as much as I brave myself for the inevitable cry of, this is horseshit, it doesn't come. Instead, What he says is, and then what happened? Then the groomsmen must have found him at some point, and by then they were all drugged out of their minds. They were tripping hard, so hard they didn't even realize he was dead. They must have thought it was a joke. They hauled him out and carried him cheerfully down to the altar. You can question them, we did, and they remember bits and pieces. Some of them remember finding Arguan and carrying him to the altar. They thought he was just passed out. I don't what? Sheriff McConnell leans back, looking dazed. I can't blame him. It's a hell of a story we've all cooked up. But it's the best we could come up with. I hold my breath as he rubs his forehead. How did you all figure out all these details? You weren't there, were you? No, we pieced it together based on information we gathered from witnesses, I say, my voice a lot more confident than how I actually feel. You could talk to the groomsmen if you want. They're right outside the office. He nods silently, still looking dazed. Jacqueline hurries to the door and opens it. As promised, the groomsmen are all waiting outside, and they look terrible. Their clothes are bedraggled, their hair is all messed up, and a handful of them have what look like vomit stains down their fronts. Sheriff McConnell wrinkles his nose and grimaces. Can't blame him, they smell so bad I can practically see the stink fumes radiating from them. It's a stench of sweat, vomit, and other bodily fluids I don't care to think of. They stumble inside and blink owlishly at us. So, Sheriff McConnell says, getting up from Nathan's chair. You boys are the groomsmen. They squint against the bright lights in the office and shrug. A couple of them mutter, worst job ever. Which of you boys are sober enough to tell me what the heck happened? A couple of hands are raised, hesitantly. Sheriff McConnell picks one. You go first. State your name and occupation. A short, friendly-looking guy steps forward. His hair is sticking out in every direction and his shirt is torn, but his eyes are the least bloodshot out of all the men. My name's Henry, and I'm an actor. And you know the groom, how? I don't. Not really. I've only met him once before today. We were all hired to play his groomsmen. Millennials, Sheriff McConnell grumbles. Tom hired most of us separately. I don't know about these other guys, I think a couple of them are from agencies, but most of us are independent actors. Jacqueline shakes her head sadly, and Maureen hugs her close and kisses her cheek. Despite everything, the sight of them makes my heart melt, just a little. He paid us for a whole wedding experience, so that included a bachelor's night, which took place last night. We partied hard, I guess none of us wanted to let him down. God, I remember drinking and seeing the sky lighten and I was like, shit, is it morning already? It was wild, man. And the morning was just a blur, I don't know, people kept coming in and telling us to get ready or whatever, so we peeled ourselves off the floor and tried to get dressed, but it was a mess. The suite was a dump by the time we got through last night, everyone's clothes were all mixed up and shit, I think one of the guys lost his tux, another lost his pants, and people kept coming in and out of the room. It was horrible. Oh, and a lot of us were puking from the party. Henry sags into the chair and grabs his head. My head's killing me. Is that all you wanted to know? No. Sheriff McConnell snaps. No, you idiot, I want to know about the body. Oh, right, yeah of course. Yeah, man, I have no idea how that happened. Sheriff McConnell looks as if he's about ready to explode. When he does talk, his voice comes out slow and deliberate, like he's talking to a particularly slow child. Well, let's start with when you first realized there was a dead body. At the altar, when Joshua, was it Joshua or was it Keegan? I really have no idea who was holding the body up. When they dropped him. Then I realized there was a dead body. No, wait, it was after that. 'Cause I was laughing, I thought the guy was just really drunk, but then someone screamed that he was dead, so then I knew, Henry says, nodding with pride as if he's solved the whole mystery. I don't dare meet anyone's eye. I might burst out laughing, or crying. It's surreal to see our plan actually get carried out. Before that, Sheriff McConnell urges, do you know who found the body? It must have been in the groom's suite, right? And one of you must have found him, otherwise, how did he end up at the altar? I guess. I don't know who found him. I told you, it was a mess. I don't even know, oh man, I don't even know how I ended up at the altar. It was like I blinked and then there I was. It was crazy. I was seriously tripping. Who drugged you? Sheriff McConnell roars. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to know, that was some good stuff. Yeah, that was really uncool, drugging us like that, he finishes lamely. You could wait until the rest of these guys sober up and question them. But I doubt any of them would know. We were all tripping hard. Sheriff McConnell leans back in his seat with a groan and barks, just get out. All of you, out. Aren't you going to release Nathan? He glares at me, and there's so much hate and anger behind his eyes that I almost take a step back. Almost, but not quite, because behind me, Ma places a reassuring hand on my back and I stand tall. I'm not leaving until you release him. You see, I think we've established that it was all an unfortunate accident that has nothing to do with Nathan, and you don't have a case against him, or anyone. So close it. We've solved everything for you. You can tell mainland police you figured everything out on your own, we'll back you on that. They'll be so impressed by your work. Can you imagine the articles that'll be written about you? You solved a death and a theft involving $2 million worth of gifts. Whoa, you are the best police, Ma says. Very best, number one. Big Aunt says, holding her thumbs up. Oh yes, I tell all my WhatsApp friends, what, Lucky got such great police, second aunt says. What a strapping hero, fourth aunt simpers. He's torn, anyone can see that, between the implausibility of the situation and wanting to believe what we're saying. He wants to believe it so badly. He knows he's in way over his head, that he's bungled this up beyond all measure. Better to claim that he's solved everything before the big boys from the mainland march in and take over. Then, Maureen, accountant extraordinaire, steps in and says the words that tip the sheriff over to our side once and for all, I'll help you with the paperwork. Epilogue. I take a deep breath and push open the swing doors to top dim sum. Noise spills out, a cacophony of Mandarin, Cantonese, Hokkien, and other Chinese dialects I can't identify. At the reception desk, the host is already overrun by throngs of loud aunties and uncles asking about their tables. OOF, I breathe out. I don't know if I'll ever get used to the noise of Sunday dim sum. A strong hand finds mine and gives it a reassuring squeeze. I'm hungry, Nathan says, grinning down at me. I can't wait. Ha, I give him a weak laugh. I'm still half convinced that one of these days he'll realize what a crazy mess my family is and decide he's better off without me. But no, I catch myself. No, he's lucky to have me. I'm lucky to have him. We're meant for each other. I smile up at him, and this time, my smile's less nervous. Come on, they've got a table already. We weave our way through the heaving crowd, into the main dining room. Medie, someone yells over the noise, and I look over to see Ma and fourth aunt waving their arms like they're one of those dancing balloon thingies outside of car dealerships. Over here, they shout again, even though I've already waved in acknowledgement and we're very clearly walking toward them. My family, I swear. Whoa, finally you arrive, Ma says, standing up and giving Nathan a hug. She squeezes my cheek like I'm all of 2 years old. We greet the rest of my aunties, and they all smile and start piling food on our plates. Io, Markin. Markin. For a few minutes, we're quiet as we tuck into delicious, steaming plates of sumai and hargao. You look healthy, Medi, Big Aunt says in Mandarin. Yep, you really do, Nathan says. Unlike mine, his Mandarin is flawless. Yet another reason why Ma and my aunts adore him. Really? I think you look a bit tired, dear, Ma says, before fourth aunt obviously kicks her under the table. Remember, you're supposed to be supportive. Fourth aunt whispers in a volume loud enough to be heard over the din of the restaurant. Ma nods and faces me again. Yes, I was wrong. You don't look tired. You look radiant, very well fed, so different to when I last saw you. Still, when she smiles, it's obvious that she's trying her best to hide her sorrow. I reach out for her hand. Ma, I say, gently. I see you literally every day. You know exactly how I look. Which is true. The woman pops up at my apartment first thing every morning with a stash of home-cooked food, and most nights I have dinner at her place. It's not so bad, my apartment's on Broadway, 1 block away from the Asian supermarket she goes to, so she makes every excuse she can to drop by. And as much as I hate to admit it, I love seeing my mom every day. It's made moving out a lot less hard on both of us. Aya, your mom just misses you, second aunt scolds without any bite. I know, I miss you too, I say, squeezing Ma's hand. I don't like this whole modern thing where young women live on their own, Big Aunt says. Yes, it's very dangerous, second aunt agrees. They're so much more annoying now that they're agreeing with each other. Yes, Nathan, this is all your fault. Medi moved out of my house because of you, Ma says. Whoa, why me? Nathan cries, raising his hands and looking incredibly adorable. Maybe so you can be having all the sex, Ma grumbles in English. Ma. I give Nathan an apologetic grimace, but he just shakes his head with silent laughter. I mean, she's not wrong, but still. It's okay, I am very modern, Ma says, switching back to Mandarin. Since when? Fourth aunt mutters. I'm so modern I don't even care if you get married or not, as long as you give me my grandbabies. Ma, I groan. But Nathan looks far from being scared off. He's laughing easily, his eyes twinkling as he watches me interacting with my family. Are you done embarrassing me? Because I actually have something to show you, I say. Ma waves at me to go on, and I rummage in my bag and take out a glossy magazine, which I put in the middle of the Lazy Susan. There's a moment when Big Aunt and Ma look around for their reading glasses. Then they all lean forward and squint at the magazine. Martha Stewart wed, oh my God, fourth aunt says. No. Really? We're in there? I grin at them. Yep, really. It's on page 20. A 3-page spread with pictures of everything: the cake, your flowers, the amazing makeup. The resort, Nathan adds. All captured beautifully by Medi. He grins at me, and my heart splits wide open. It always does at that smile. My mom and aunt squeal and chatter happily as they flip to the pages showcasing Jacqueline and Maureen's wedding. Whoa, the cake is so pretty, second aunt says. Big aunt smiles at her and says, and the brides look very beautiful. Ma beams through her tears. Look, our business name is there. And sure enough, underneath the big title is a list of vendors, clearly listing the name of the family company. And, below that, photographed by MC Photography. I'm no longer part of my family's business. We're affiliated, and I'm always referring clients to them and vice versa, and sometimes, as was the case with Jacqueline and Maureen's wedding, we work together. But other than that, I'm mostly done with big weddings. Breaking away was hard at first for all of us, but they soon got used to Seb, which is unsurprising because he's amazing, and I soon found my niche, photographing the in-betweens. I do just about everything, from engagements to newborns to families who just want to capture the joy in their lives, and I love it. My website is filled with kissing couples and laughing babies. I guess it doesn't hurt that I often suggest Nathan's gorgeous resort as the location of their shoot. The cross-pollination has been good for all of us. And Martha Stewart Weddings is only the first to publicize our story, Nathan says. We've lined up a whole lot of other online wedding publications too. Prepare to be booked out for the next 2 years. Big Aunt, who handles all the bookings, has been sworn to silence. But at this she yelps, it's true. We're already booked out this year. The other women stare at her. What? Just the other night you were talking about being worried because we have no customers, Ma says. Obviously I was just making it up. You see, Medi? I'm good at keeping secrets, right? Medi was very sure that I wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. She grins proudly while the others shake their heads and then says, and, guess who booked us last night? She doesn't give anyone time to guess before squealing, the Sutopos. What? We all squawk. Sutopo as in Tom Cruise Sutopo. I say. Why in the world would they want to hire you guys again after what happened last time? TSK, they know it's not our fault, Big Aunt says, flapping her hand at me. I mean, it sort of definitely was our fault, I mutter. Okay, they don't know that. When they saw us in Martha Stewart Weddings, they said to us, you are the best in this area. We must top Jacqueline and Maureen's wedding so that we can save face. We'll pay you double, make sure the wedding is better in every way. Wow. Here's to Tom, I guess. I hope he's found someone more suitable for him. Someone who's less likely to take his bullshit. Ma sighs loudly. She waits until all the attention is on her before saying in English, all these people get married. She looks pointedly at me and Nathan. Ma, come on, I groan. You said you wouldn't. Nathan gives my hand another squeeze and says, it's fine. I know, Auntie, I'm sorry we're taking our time. There have been a lot of things we had to take care of, but you're right. I am? Ma says. The table falls silent. Nathan, I whisper. I think they're getting the wrong idea. In answer, he nods at a nearby waiter, who grins and walks toward us with a small bamboo steamer. What? As though in slow motion, I turn to look at Nathan. He smiles at me. I look at the waiter. Oh God, I whisper. The bamboo steamer is placed before me, and the waiter opens it with a flourish, revealing a navy blue velvet box inside. Nathan. Really? I can't say anything else. My throat has closed up with tears. Dimly, I sense my family members flapping like headless chickens, and the commotion catches the eye of the other diners, who turn and watch us with unconcealed interest. Nathan takes the box out of the steamer and gets down on one knee. Without taking his gaze from mine, he smiles and says, Madeline Chan, will you marry me? Yes. I look around in surprise. The yes had come from my mother. The aunties yank her back. I turn back to Nathan. The man I've loved for all of my adult life. The one who got away. The one who, against all odds, found me again. The man of all my dreams. I've hidden him from my family for so long. It's only fitting that I make this declaration in front of them, here and now, in this heavily quiet dim sum restaurant. Yes. The roar envelops all of us, a heady rush of congratulations all around, and I know then, as I have never known before, that Nathan and I are home. The end.